Grand Rising to the Moors. It is May the 24th, 1440 on the sun calendar and 1441 on the moon calendar. And this is our Sunday sharing. So we did ask again if anyone wanted to know more about nationality, or if you have not declared your nationality and you want more information, or you want to pair up with Moors, then you can star 6 and let us know. Also, if there are any Moors that feel like they don't have anyone in their territory that they can connect with, go ahead and you can star 6, and then we can share some information back and forth so that you can connect with other Moors. Okay? And let's see. So today we want to speak briefly about, and this is actually going to be interactive, so be prepared to star 6 and unmute if you have anything that you want to say about the topics that we're going to talk about today. The first thing we want to discuss as a nation and as a government and as the law, which is what we all are. All Moors are the law, and all Moors are part and parcel of their government. Is everyone familiar with why we are not 501c3 and why we don't have any of that registration or anything? We're not registered with the Service Corporation. Is everyone clear on why that is?
Islam, I actually was curious to know. So if you can speak on it, that would be great.
Islam.
Thank you. Islam.
Okay.
Chapa Bay, Tennessee Territory, Islam Moors.
Islam, Grand Rising Empress. So, what's been going on with that whole 501c3 thing is this. The 501c3s, for the most part, already know that we all are sovereign and that we're the creditors to all nations on our land. They know that already. Their job has been to not ever tell us. So what they've been doing is they have been taking their roster. Okay, so let's just say you're a member of a church, that's a 501c3. Or you're a member of a temple or a mosque, that's a 501c3. And you put your name on the roll, you become a member, and then what do they do with that information? They take that information, they put your name in all lowercase letters when they report to the IRS to keep their their non-tax status or tax exempt status. They put your name on their roll, and when they report to the IRS, Grand Rising Empress, when they report to the IRS, they put your name in all lowercase letters, and the IRS looks at it and says, oh, okay, we got a bunch of sovereigns here. So we got a bunch of creditors, everyone's a creditor, and we're going to let you keep your 501c tax exempt status, but what we're going to do is we're going to tell you what to say and make sure that you do not tell the people whose names are on your roster that they're the creditors. We're going to ensure that you don't tell them. And that is why when you go to these places, Although they have always known that we're the creditors, they never said a word. They never said a word. They also never told you, while you were in that citizen status, that all breaks and all of that stuff comes from placing your names in lowercase letters, like we do on our affidavit. That is where all of their benefits come from, is they're telling the IRS, who is subject to the mortgage, by the way. We're not under their authority, they're under ours. That we have a bunch of sovereigns here, and so the creditors don't pay anything. Creditors don't pay taxes. Everyone's eating off the creditors. But they're not going to tell you that you're a creditor. Yes, the churches do it too. The mosques do it. The clubs do it. Those clubs that are membership clubs, they do that too. You know, the social clubs, etc., they do that also. Many of them. Not all, but many do. And they're never going to tell you that they're reporting on you that way, because they're the informant. They're reporting on you that way. And creditors have all kinds of perks and things like that. We never, creditors are not ever supposed to, like, everyone owes the creditor. Everyone owes the creditors. Everything that they're doing is about the creditors. So if you want to know if your church or your mosque or wherever you go has known who you really are, just ask to see their tax return. That's why that's a big deal. Because on the tax returns, you will see that they've lowercased everyone's name. And that means that they're telling the IRS that everyone on this list is a sovereign, is a creditor.
Alvin Burton.
Islam, Grand Rising nobility, welcome. That's what they're telling everyone. They're telling those claiming to be the IRS and all of that, they're telling those corporations that, hey, we got some sovereigns here, and we're going to, we need a benefit, we need a break. Because we know we are not in business unless we have some sovereigns on here. None of us can eat unless the sovereigns the creditors' names are on here in lowercase letters. But then they're never going to tell you, hey, when we were in citizen status, we were filing taxes, and they never told us, well, you're the creditor. So all you have to do is tell them you're the creditor, and you don't have to do all of that. You don't have to do any of that. None. At all. Just tell them you're the creditor. And tell them competently that you're the creditor. And all of the debt goes away. All of the debt goes away. All of it goes away. And that is what we're working on now as a nation, is ensuring that everyone knows that we know we're the creditors. So we're notifying everyone that we're the creditors. And to do that competently, again, all lowercase letters and sign in red. Everything that you do, everything that you're a Moorish American national, and you're the creditor to all nations on earth, and that gives you access to everything, really, everything. And you just we're right now walking through that process of one benefit at a time, saying, okay, we can send them an affidavit and tell them we're the creditor, and we can take advantage of this without their contracts. So we terminate all corporate contracts. Just terminate them, get rid of them, because that is how they've been violating people. Okay. Justice Abasi Talib, they put in the chat, nationality is the order of the day. Abasi Talib, they, travel cards, rodeo IDs, yes, conveyance tags, all of that. Get his information so that you all can can order whatever it is that you need to order in terms of IDs and things like that, and have it in lowercase letters, so that everyone that you show it to knows that you are the heir, the creditor. Okay? And then, additionally, those who who knew all along to put everything in all lowercase letters, also did not tell you that you can opt out of their court system. They didn't tell you that. They should have told you that. And that's really kind of like what the temples were supposed to have. And I'm not saying all temples, but most of the temples don't have their own court. They're supposed to have a consular court. All of them, really, supposed to have their own court, so that we never have to go to those other courts ever. That's what the temple was supposed to do. And so, you know, it's incumbent upon us to get that part cleaned up and cleared up now, which is what we're doing, clearing up that part by having our courts active and making sure that we don't have to go to those courts at all ever. And speaking of courts, this coming Wednesday at 3 on my other, and I'll post it on social media today, this coming Wednesday we have a court action that I'll be doing where we'll be calling all of the quote-unquote governors in all capital letters, those doing business as governors, and Donald Trump in all capital letters, those doing business in that manner. We're calling them all into court, and they've received their notifications already. And so anyone who wants to attend that, and I'm going to go ahead and just mute where I'm hearing just a little bit of feedback coming from a couple of the channels, a couple of the lines. But we'll be doing that this coming Wednesday at 3. And it's going to be on the other line, not this line, the other one. Because they can't agree on anything. They're not doing anything for the citizens, you know, or anything. And so, you know, in order to get them in alignment, we're going to have to call them into court and deal with them. In order to get them and tell them that, and this is what we're doing. When we call them into court by the all caps, you know, so it will be, let's just pick one of them by name. If the governor is John Doe doing business as governor, the way we would do that is John would be capital J, lowercase OHN, and then Doe would be capital D and then lowercase OE. Doing business as, and then you put governor in all capital letters. And let me tell you why we do it that way. What we're telling John Doe, who's on our land doing business as a governor, what we're telling him is that we don't want you to do business in that war capacity. In all capital letters, that's why when they were putting our names on the Social Security card in all capital letters, that wasn't our name. That was actually a war name. That's what we call it. It's a nom de guerre, which is a war name. Any word in all capital letters is a war word or a war name. And so we call them in and tell them you can't use that status anymore. You can't operate with that anymore. Either you're a subject or you go to jail. And believe it or not, because it's not even about belief, you can see it happening, they have for the most part chosen to be subjects. And then they start doing what we tell them to do. So you see the same people, but they're now doing what's going to benefit the Moors. That's what the court actions do. And I'll give you an example of that. I did a court action in March. I believe it was on March 3rd. And that court action on March 3rd was for Navient, the student loan people, those doing business as Navient. And Navient Corporation was in all capital letters on the command to appear. So for those who are doing court actions, that's who we're calling in, them, all agents, principals, heirs, and assigns. Okay. I called them into court and I told, and the one, this is what we tell them in the court action. If you're going to do business in that all caps and you're going to war against the American people, you will go to jail. That's what we're telling them. And then we notify the provost marshal that if they're doing anything that's warring against us, take them to jail. And so far, we're batting about 100 on them changing their behavior and doing exactly what they should do. So now we know that we don't have any debt, and we never have had any debt. But whenever they try and lien our estate, they can only speak to, because they can't speak to the sovereigns, they can only speak to another all caps. Okay? And so when they speak to another all caps, they have to tell that all caps what to do with the debt, et cetera, et cetera. And so recently, I think this is dated May 12th, and I'll hold it up here so you all can see, and then I'll read it to you. They sent this to the mailing location, and this is from the Department of Education Corporation, and they're speaking to another corporation. They're not talking to me. But they put in all capital letters, Pauline D. Ritchie-Moore, because they can only talk to their corporation. And what they said is, and here it is right here at the bottom, 0%, they changed the interest rate to 0% and they stopped collection activities. It's right
You're
there.
lying.
There it is right there, in writing, right there. Okay. And just a moment, let me get rid of that. And it's right here. Here it is in writing.
It's
and
not
so
showing.
It's not showing.
No, if you're showing,
Can you see?
then I haven't seen it. Or maybe let me see if I find you.
Well, yeah, you got to find me at the
Right, I'm looking.
There it is, right there. There, can you see it now, Justice? That's the all caps name, and down here at the bottom, there it is, 0% interest rate, and stopped collections right there. And I have this scanned in, Justice Jermore, so I'll send it to you all, to the judiciary. So now, let me tell you what they said. They said that this was due to the coronavirus disease, that they're stopping collection activities and putting it at 0%, that they're doing it because it says on March 27, 2020, the president, and they put president in all lowercase letters, so we know he's now acting as subject to the Moors like we told them. The president signed the CARES Act, which, among other things, and those other things is what we're concerned about right there, provides broad relief in response to the coronavirus disease 2019, okay, for federal student aid recipients whose loans and or grant overpayments are owned by the U.S. Department of Education. So in this letter, not only did they take responsibility for that debt, because, you know, we don't have any debt. They have taken ownership of the debt. So we now know that we never did own any debt. But now we have them saying it And they're not even talking to us. They're talking to the all cap name. So this is good. It's good to have, I guess. But we never had any debt in the first place. But we needed to just call them in, because that was me saving myself. We needed to call them in and then see what they have to say after that. And of course they're going to blame it on COVID-19. Of course they are. That's what they're doing. And I'll be, if it gets a little loud on some of the lines, I'll have to mute them. And so of course they're going to blame it on that. And look, they can blame it on little green Martians. Okay, that's not our issue, because it's not our debt. Okay, but you're going to start seeing a lot of that. All of you are going to start seeing a lot of that. Someone else in the chat said they received the same thing. That's them owning the debt like we told them to do. And that's them taking responsibility for it. Okay? That's what you're going to start seeing with your demonstration and with that stuff called debt. This is what is known as debt jubilee for the Moors. But we have to do the action. Okay? I hear you, Justice Moore. So we have to do the court actions, and then we send them those court actions, and that is how the debt is dealt with. Okay? Now, on this notice, they said that they're doing that it says for private loans, it says for default, the changes to default federal student aid debt, et cetera, et cetera. Is everyone clear on what the word default means? If you know what the word default means, please speak. Yes. Say it again, Justice Jeremore, so they can hear you.
No fault.
That means no fault. So even if they say that their corporation has defaulted on a loan, it's still no fault. And if it's no fault, then who owes it? It's not real debt, is it? It's not. It belongs to the corporation, and they need to own it, and that's what they're doing. Okay? Now, they're saying to their corporation, and again, they can't talk to the Moors, okay? And the reason I'm going to have to mute a few people because it's getting a little bit loud over here. There is the only reason that they are talking to their corporation in that manner is because they can't speak to the sovereign directly. So they're not going to put anything in lowercase letters. That's our job. We're supposed to know we're the creditors. We're supposed to know that. And no one was going to tell us but the ancestors once we started standing. Yes. Someone else, Justice Abby, do you want to read that out, star 6, and read that out so that you can see, so that the Moors can hear from more than just me that this is actually what's really happening, that we actually changed the system into our favor? If you could star 6, Justice Abby, so they can hear you. Hold on for just a second. Let me see if I can find her, because she might be trying to. She might be trying to. I can't see her on here. Let me make sure I can get to where she is. Okay, there it is. And I can't unmute. For some reason, I can't unmute her because it's kind of grayed out. Okay, I'll just read out to you what she put in the chat. Yeah, she said it's not working. It's not working on this end either. But it says, immediately after Trump signed that, I checked my credit report and it showed paid off and closed. I took a screenshot of it. So she has proof, too, that he is acting as subject to the Moors when we tell them what we tell them. And then, Justice Valerie, do you want to star six if you can? For some reason, the things are saying muted out, and I can't.
Yes, Islam. This is Justice Valerie Barker Bay. Yes, my bills all show paid also. Everything that I owed shows paid on my credit report.
And it's really kind of like not your credit report, but sort of. It is an agent. It's a credit report of an agent, a subject and an agent of.
Yes, I also would like to elaborate on an experience I received today. I started flying my flag yesterday on Memorial Day because this is Memorial Day weekend. I started flying my flag. There are some people that live up here. I live in a secluded area. We have a gate that people have to put in a combination to come in. So there were some people that were up here. They flew their flag, which is a United States flag. So I decided to fly my flag to show them that I am a Moor and I believe in truth, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So after I flew my flag, I got an email saying that my dogs are barking, causing excessive barking, and they want me to stop that excessive barking. Okay, on my gate, I have sovereign indigenous property, no trespassing. I am sovereign. They cannot tell me what to do. So what I did, I sent an email back to them telling them my status, who I am, and once you flew your flag, you told me who you were, a citizen. So you cannot tell me that my dogs are barking, disturbing people. I am the sovereign. I am over you. So I'm waiting for a reply as to what they may say to me after I posted my email to them stating that I am sovereign. And plus, I have it already posted anyway. I've had it posted for 2 weeks.
That is the most funniest shit I've ever heard.
Islam.
But, you know, I know who I am and I know who they are because they told me who they were when they flew their flag. Islam.
Islam. And the thing is, we don't, Islam, thank you, Empress. The thing is, we don't have to even argue with them. All we have to do is state our status. And when we state our status, that's all there is to say, because believe it or not, every interaction is a court interaction, and status determines jurisdiction.
And look where that ended up with Sharon Tracy Gale.
So status determines jurisdiction, and look where it got us. Okay, so we're doing well, we're doing fine, and Empress Sharon is going to be out of there in a short time as well. We send her our love, and she sends hers back. Islam. She's being tested, and many of us have been tested as well, and that's a part of Airship 101 is how you're tested. Not all are tested the same way. Some are tested a different way. And
she definitely isn't going to be out of jail this year.
It depends on how you deal with your testing. So, just a moment. Let me make sure I get everybody out, and I'm gonna go ahead and lock this up. And so that is how we deal with them. We don't have to argue with them. We don't even have to really respond. Once we put our sovereign status on the public record, that's it. It's a wrap. And no longer do we have to continue. See, this is not a war anymore. We're in peacetime now. And they want to war. That's what all of this, that interference is all about. And all of that, you know, sending emails and telling people what to do and all of that. That's what that's all about. I'm looking at what Empress Melo is saying in the chat. Empress Melo, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Go ahead and star 6 so that they can hear you. If you can.
Islam? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Islam, everyone. Also, I didn't say before, I'm in Arizona territory. But it's interesting that she said that. I got pretty much the same document that you got. And mine was with the PHEAA. I mean, I had been going through that thing with them since 2015. But anyway, I just checked the credit report because they only had it on Experian. I checked that report, and it says 0 accounts.
Wow.
Open.
Wow.
So,
wow.
So, everything that we're doing, we're putting in place is working.
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. And that is where all of that interrupting the meetings and all that comes from, is they know where we're going with this.
Yes.
This is the time for the Moors. This is the time for the heirs to get back all that we have lost. And Justice Theodore just put something in the chat as well. Justice Theodore, can you star 6 as well? I got goosebumps now because it's, wow. If you can, star 6, Justice Theodore. If not, I'll just read it out. But go ahead if you can. I'd rather they hear it from you. Oh, he says his mic isn't working. But in the chat, he said he just checked his and all of his accounts, the accounts on that credit report for the nom de guerre are closed. This is what this is. This is what this was all about. Is us standing as the creditor and having all of our of any issues that debtors have is not our issue. That's what this is. Nothing that the creditors, that the debtors, none of their issues. Justice Adriana, do you want to star 6 if you can? I'm seeing hers in the chat.
Islam, this is Erica Eel. I'm in the Army. And I also just checked my nom de guerre credit report, and it shows my student loan deleted as well.
Deleted?
Yes.
Islam. The debt was never ours, y'all. It was never ours. It was never ours. And all we had to do was unify, okay, because that's important, unify and say, we are the government. We are the law. That's what all of this is all about. Now, let me tell you, it gets a whole lot better than that because, again, when we first, yes, Islam.
The light from my darkness will erase darkness. I'm telling them,
go ahead.
The light from my darkness will erase darkness.
We can't hear you. It sounds a little muffled. Okay. So I think his thing came unmuted. But this is what this is all about. This is why all the interruption, but we have to keep going. This is why all the, whatever is going on, the only thing they have left to do is interrupt because, it's not about throwing people in jail anymore. It's not about that. We're shoring up that piece too. It takes time, but we're doing it line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little, there a little. Affidavits here, learning some more about how government does there. Unifying, continuing to talk to one another. and all of that. That's what this is all about. I'm so glad to hear all the reports about all of this, because those are the things that bothered us the most, because we thought they were talking to us. Come to find out, once we knew they weren't talking to us, then they straightened that stuff out, you see. So, it's just, all we have to do is keep doing what we're doing. It's about to get so much better. Wait till you hear all of the things. And man knows not by being told, so I can't really say a whole lot about what's coming. But all it is really, I'll tell you this, all it is really is a reversal of the debtor system where the heirs are concerned. And everything that was going out is going to be coming back in. But we first had to stand and shore up and stop the bleeding by putting it on the public record together. Because we did it together, all at the same time, that is how the debt is gone. That's what makes the debt go. Is we are, just one sovereign is enough. Not to mention 10,000 or 100,000 or 1.2 million sovereigns saying we don't have any debt. And the debt belongs to the corporations and not to us. And then putting those liens out there and doing some court action. That's all it took. And terminate those corporate contracts. We never need to be under any corporate contracts. Never. We never need to be under corporate contracts at all, ever. That's why we're hearing all the, to prove that this works. And no, we're done with that. We don't have to argue that. All you got to do is see what's going on with the heirs. What's going on with the heirs? The debt that the corporations were attempting to put onto the heirs is gone.
Yo!
That's what that's all about. Okay? And so, from this point forward, what's the main thing is going to be continue to demonstrate your nationality at all times. Continue to demonstrate your nationality at all times. And continue to do your court actions so that those subjects can continue to get in alignment. Okay? And then let me tell you what's really going to be important over the next 30 to 60 to 90 days. Yes. What's going to be important over the next 30 to 60 to 90 days is going to be ensuring that now that they know that the creditors have spoken and that the debt is going away, it is debt jubilee, that we put in place for each one of us the affidavits for both unum sanctum and for the Postmaster General, the Universal Sovereign Postmaster General, which is what all Moors are. Let me tell you why that's going to be important. That's going to be important because it's going to assist even further in returning those things that were taken by those who were under both the Pope and the and that British Philip and Elizabeth Corporation over there in the UK. Okay, it's going to be important to start having all of those resources coming right back to the heirs. That's what's about to happen. Is the resources, the system has been switched so that everything comes back to the creditors, the right, real creditors, but they have to know who you are. So continuously putting in all lowercase letters documents on the record on government letterhead. That is how this is happening. Make no mistake about it, it has nothing to do with the stuff that they're putting out there. We're grateful. We don't care how they do it. Just do it. Just get it done. Just get it done. And Justice Abby, hold for just a moment. Justice Abby put in the chat that she posted her proof in the comment section on my Facebook post about the conference today. Islam, yes, Islam. Thank you. And I'll listen. I'm not the only one saying this, so it's not just me. As you can see here, there are many more that this has happened for, and many of us haven't even bothered to check a credit report on a non-de-jure. I haven't bothered to check it because it didn't matter to me. All I knew was I know I don't have any debt, and I'm going to prove it. You know, that was my thinking. You know, so again, unum sanctum for the Moors, so that everyone knows that everyone is under the Roman Pontiff. The Roman Pontiff is all of us. We were not the Holy Roman Empire, because that's the fake one. We are Rome, we're Greece, we're the Phoenicians, we're the Babylonians, we're all of that. We're all of that, okay? And so that is
Islam.
Is where we are at this point. Go ahead, Justice Jeremiah.
Just wanted to add one thing to that. We are, in fact, the first Holy Roman Empire, not the one that usurped and took over. When we were before these times, we were and are the Holy Roman Empire, and which is holy because it's set aside, and that's what we always have been, and we cannot unbe something that we are. We're always being, just forgetting many times. Islam.
Yes. Islam. Additionally, the reason why the Universal Postmaster General piece is so important also is for the following. Okay, did you know that U.S. citizen is a military position? Hopefully you all were aware of that. That it's a military position. That's why they keep showing up here and saying the things they're saying, because it's a military position. Okay? And how do we know it's a military position to be a U.S. citizen? First of all, they're foreign. So 1938 Foreign Agent Registration Act tells you that they're foreign to the American people and that they must register as foreign. Number two, how do you know that it's a military position? You notice that U.S. citizen is a military position because they always issue their documents in all uppercase letters, in war names. Even when you were first born and there was a harbor master at the end of the table waiting for you to come out so that he could hypothecate and issue an all caps document that puts you in the military. Okay, so when they issue a Social Security number and a Social Security card with those dashes in it, that is, and in all capital letters, that's a war name. So they're saying this little baby is at war. We've just put them into the military. Civilian, yes, Justice Jeremiah, civilian is a military designation. And if you look at the word civilian, it starts with the word civil, like civil rights. That's why we don't do civil rights. Civil rights are for military people, U.S. citizens. Yes, it is a contract. And so U.S. citizens, all documents are issued by the United States Corporation Company in all capital letters as a war situation. Okay? And so all citizens are listed as enemy combatants. All U.S. citizens are listed as enemy combatants. All of them. Why? Because when we're trying to focus on nation building, there are things happening where, you know, it's being, there's combativeness on that side, not on this side, because we don't war with the subjects. We don't war with them. We're not at war with them. We just kick them out of the meeting and keep going. And above all else, we keep going.
I want to say
as long as
to
we keep
Noble...
going, we're okay. That's it. That's all we have to do is just keep going. And so they spend a lot of time. Just a moment. They spend a lot of time, you know, being combative. I'm going to go ahead and lock the meeting. Yes, and then Justice Yearmore says in the chat, all U.S. citizens are designated as enemies of the state since 1933. Absolutely, they are. Now, here's another position, and this is important, that is a military position. And for some, it's not going to be pretty to hear this, but it's the truth. Did you know that pastors and deacons and preachers is military position too?
Wow.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh my stars.
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's a military position. Let's prove that. Most of them already have a banner of amity and commerce on their stage with yellow fringes. Look at John Hagee, for example. If you sign on to YouTube and go look at that stuff, he keeps a banner of amity and commerce on the stage with yellow fringes, but that was when he had members coming. They can't come to church anymore. Okay, but when they were able to congregate, and yes, that is why they sing the song that says, "Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war."
Islam.
That's the song that they sing. Islam. Go ahead, Justice Yearmore.
A little bit of information. 2 days ago, when the chief of their, whatever the heck they call him now, I don't really care. When the chief executive was speaking, he said that he is going to make them reopen the churches because the people have to get back to their churches. And what had me laughing about that is I said, you know, they're getting back just in time with the information to break the doors down from inside. Because we don't have to do it, it's the ones they've been holding prisoners are going to do it.
Yeah.
And that is, this is when you're going to start seeing pastors running down the street, and you're wondering, are they training for something? Yeah, they're training to get away from the road.
Yes.
Islam. And we don't have to be hateful about it, but that is, these are the days we're dealing with coming now.
Yes, and they knew that that time would come. We don't have to even be involved in any of that. All we have to do is stay focused on nation building and hush all that noise out there. Hush the noise and just focus on nation building. That's it. Did you know that Pope is a military position?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And that is why when he wrote the letter to Obama in 2014, 2015, he talked about the military because he knows he's the head of the military, or was the head of the corporate military. And so the Pope is not who you think he is if you think that he's teaching everyone that Jesus loves them and to be good Catholics and et cetera, et cetera. He is actually the commander of the U.S. corporation military. That's who he is.
Islam.
And Islam.
That's why Noble Joe Ali said there were two peoples, Moors and Christians.
Yes.
Moors and Christians.
Yes.
That's worth thinking about.
Yes, and the Pope did, in fact, he did finance all of the inventory where military equipment and all of that, he financed all of that. He financed every bit of it on both sides of whatever war was going on. And so what does that mean? That means that all churches that are under the Pope, and I don't care what the denomination is, and I don't care what they're claiming, if they're registered with the U.S. Service Corporation, it's a war machine. And I was just talking to one of the Moors the other day who said that every time he went to a temple, they gave him bad information. I said, I know it. And it's, again, it's not all temples. But the ones that are 501c3s are warring against the Moors too. And we're not, again, we're peaceful people. We're going to stay peaceful, you know. Peaceful is what we do. We don't have to war with anybody. All we have to do, again, is send these documents. Because they did everything that they did by their proclamation, and then no one rebutted it. That's the only reason that they're able to get away with anything, is we were not rebutting anything they said. We just let them say it and didn't say nothing in return. Well, that has all changed. The Moors are speaking, the heirs are speaking loud and clear. All papal bulls are war documents. And if you look at any of the stuff that has come from there, it's talking about war in one way or another, or it's talking about shipping vessels in one way or another, you know. And so that is how the war continues without a shot being fired, supposedly. Oops, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. And so that is why, one moment. That is why all of these war, you know, the heirs have not been in the rightful place, and we've been begging here and there for everything and getting arrested and all of that. All of that stops when we are in honor and we declare and proclaim who we are. Okay? Now, another military position is Postmaster General, who was over all banking and shipping and travel and all of that, and postal stuff. And so that's why he is called the Postmaster General. He's over the military also. And when you all put your sovereign Universal Postmaster General affidavits on the public record, you then become the head of the military, and the military becomes an agent or a subject to the Moors. We've done that. We need as many of you as possible to do the same, so that when you do your court actions and you tell the American Provost Marshal to go do his thing, he goes and does it. It's that simple. That simple. Unum sanctum and Provost and the Postmaster General, universal, both universal sovereign documents. And that is going to shore up Islam.
Where can we get those documents?
You're going to craft them. Unum sanctum, I would like, it is suggested, because you can't tell sovereigns what to do. I did put under the video for Unum Sanctum on YouTube, it's at Light Tajiri Bay. I did put, I posted a link to the first Unum Sanctum that I did. And it's written in ancient English, so don't mind the spelling, because the spelling is actually correct on the document. There's a link to it. Go to Light Tajiri Bay on YouTube and look under the Unum Sanctum video, and there'll be a link to the document so that you can type it out for yourself on government letterhead. And again, all Moors can use Moorish National Republic federal government letterhead. We encourage you to do that because they know that letterhead when they see it.
I have used it.
Yes, Islam. And so type that up for yourself, and it's preferable to use ancient English, which means that the words are not spelled like we were taught in the animal education centers. So any other way other than spelling things like they spelled it is going to be correct. The Phoenicians have the final say on what is acceptable in terms of spelling and what is not. We know that their spelling is incompetent because it does not say what the sovereigns mean for it to say. It's not precise enough. That's why when we go into those venues and use that language, they pretty much just, it seems like they don't even hear what the Moors are saying. Well, they don't have to do, first of all, we have no business in their venues because their venues are not lawful. Second of all, using their corporate language, you think that you're saying one thing and they're hearing something totally different with corporate English. And so we use ancient English, which sounds just like corporate English, except it's spelled differently and it's defined by the heirs. So whatever your intention is when you spell that word differently is exactly what that word means. And that's going to be really powerful coming up over the next few days, weeks, and months, and et cetera. Because jurisdiction is contained within the language. Jurisdiction is contained within the language. If they see a document in all capital letters and it looks like corporate language, they're just going to assume it was written by a citizen and run through it. Run through the stop sign. But if it's written in all lowercase letters and signed in red with the right red thumbprint by the creditor to all the nations of the earth, okay, and it's written in ancient English, they cannot argue with you about what you mean. There's no argument because that's not even their language. And they haven't been speaking our language at all, ever. They dumbed down ancient English into animal terms. And then they made you think that that was the right way to spell. But no, when you use their language, you're casting their spell and not your own. And that's why changing our language to that which is ancient is so successful and is working so well.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, babe.
Hey.
Why are you awake?
I peed the bed a little.
You pissed in the sheets?
Blown away
Yeah.
and just super
Like,
excited
just now?
for us.
No, it was like a few minutes ago, you
as a
know.
nation.
But it's like, what the? Oh, hey.
Because guess
Oh,
what?
hey, babe.
Hey.
Now
Why
that
are you
we're in the
awake?
right
I peed the bed a little.
jurisdiction and
You pissed
we're stepping up and doing our own spells, casting our own spells, and we see that it's working, that means that they're not going to be able to put their hands on us anymore. They can't. Because it's proven that we are the heirs. It's already proven. And all we have to do is keep proving it. And then we don't have to say anything to them at all. They should be checking the public record. Public means servant. There's so much more to come for us as a nation that it's huge. And now we also have to, because we have not forgotten them at all, now that we have saved ourselves like the prophet told us to do, and we continue to save ourselves and assist one another with that, now we can go and get our brothers and sisters that are locked up. Okay? We can go and get our brothers and sisters that are incarcerated. We have to get them out of there. They are prisoners of war, but they have a job to do. Going and getting them is not really, they actually have to stand. Because it's actually by their sovereign word that they're set free. It's not really by us fishing them out. It's by them saying, yes, I'm a sovereign Moorish American. And I'm not at war with you all. You all are subject to us. Period. And there were some overarching things that needed to be done, like the gold standard, and like changing that system around, and like the most important one was always to get our courts up and running. And now we have court actions going on all day, every day, in some territory or another. Okay? And that was actually the main thing that needed to happen in order for the estate to be returned to the heirs. And it was never taken from us. We just needed to stand up and put our hands on it. And so that's why the court actions are so important. And that's why you're seeing the successes that you're seeing with regard to the debt and with regard to you. It's not for you, and you're out of here. Actually, it's not for you. It's for the heirs. And so we don't ever have to worry about them putting their hands on us. And now that we've saved ourselves, like the prophet said, he said, I gave you everything it takes to save a nation. Take it and save yourself. And once we save ourselves, we can tell people all the things that we've done to save ourselves. And then we can assist them in saving themselves. But those who are demonstrating already know that when the rubber meets the road, we have to actually do the work for ourselves. No other sovereign can actually get you out of whatever you're in or whatever you think you're in. You actually have to get yourself out because you're sovereign. The ultimate demonstration is up to each more to get yourself out, because sovereigns rule and reign. And a sovereign cannot have any crutches where they lean on the justices here, where they lean on someone else. No, we all are arm in arm assisting one another. But when it comes to Light and her demonstrations, or Justice Moore and his demonstrations, or any of the judiciary, any of the Moors, even those who are incarcerated, they must know who they are have the clear, clean energy, because we can't demonstrate properly with anger and being upset and mad at them, at the subjects and all of that. The only reason the subjects did what they did was because we got out of line where the law is concerned. Okay? So now that we have done the overarching things that needed to be done, okay, there was some major things that could have been done 100 years ago, really. But we are grateful that the ancestors chose this time for those things to get done. And those things have everything to do with the demonstrations that you're doing. They're competent, so debt cannot stay where a competent creditor is. Debt can't stay there. War cannot stay where there is love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And right now, look at the convergence of things that are happening. Okay. Justice is all of us doing court action. Okay? And yes, Justice Giramore said there in the chat, no one can take credit for our success. No one should ever be blamed for our failure. That's because it's up to each sovereign to stand tall and firm in their sovereign status and do the demonstration. For some of us, it may seem a little uncomfortable to come outside of your comfort zone and do a court action and put it on the public record.
Islam. That little couple lines I wrote in there is in fact what one reads in Revelation when the book says, when I've opened the door and no one can close it, and I closed the door and no one can open it. Because only the eye can open or close. That's the reason why we cannot blame anyone if we don't get the success we're looking for, or give anyone the credit when we do get it. It simply means we are thinking right, which means when we're thinking right, we're acting right and being.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes, Islam. And no one can, believe it or not, no one can even go and get somebody out of jail, so to speak. The person, the Moor, has to actually say who they are and stand under their own vine and fig tree and not waver on trying to, we cannot even attempt to go back to a citizen status based on what they say, because they're going to lie. They've been lying. I talk to Moors who are locked up frequently, regularly, actually, and those people always say that, we're going to let you out if you do this and this and this and this. And for the Moors who do what they tell you, all they're doing is pushing you towards a contract so that they can keep you longer. And not a single time do they ever let the Moor out with that. If the Moor is doing what they say, they're not going to let them out. They're not. They lie and lie and lie. That's part of the Jesuit oath. I posted a video on social media on Facebook at Light Tajiri Bay this morning, I believe it was, where someone is reading the Jesuit oath, and they take an oath to just lie and poison and kill and all of that. And believe it or not, that Jesuit oath is on file in the Library of Congress. And that's why when you go to a 501c3 and they lie to you and they don't tell you who you really are, you can't really be surprised. Because that's an oath too. They are registered with the oath takers. Period. So we have gained much ground, much ground. I'm just so grateful to hear all of the testaments about that whole debtor piece going away. It has to go away. Why? Because the citizens who have debt are about to be, they're about to, meet, they're going to be in a place they don't really want to be in. So it's important that the heirs make it known who they are. The citizens are about to be in a place that they don't want to be in where debt is concerned. And listen, this whole thing about letting everybody go home for months at a time and not collect a paycheck, that's going to speed up what happens with this whole debt thing. All the debt is going to become due at the end of them having people sit at home. They're speeding up the removal of the citizens off of the estate. Because again, U.S. citizen is a war, that's a war status. It's a war status. And so at some point, we're going to have to come out of that status. Anyone who's in that status must come out. And this whole thing about the debt jubilee and the debt going away, et cetera, that is what they did not really want us to get to. They didn't want us to get to that part right there. That's an important part. It's very important. Because once we get to that part, they know that, it's pretty much a wrap on anyone who cannot get rid of the debt. Now, with the citizens, and this is something that, they probably need to know, and we're telling them. That's why this stuff goes on the public record in whatever form it goes in. And we're not going to allow them to stop us. Our land is not going to be a land full of war. And anybody who's warring, they have to go anyway. So the citizens have to get in their proper status as subjects. And some say, well, I've heard some more say, well, I don't want to rule over anybody. You don't have to, you're sovereign, you can do whatever you want to do. But at the beginning and end of the day, they've always been public servants. They know that. That's the only way they were able to be here, is to be a public servant. Okay? That was their contract says that. Okay? And so, Justice Abby, in the chat, I hear what you're saying there. Yes, it is debt cancellation season. How about the debt pledge? You have a few of them. You better get that court action going. Get the court action going, Empress. Call whoever it is that is attempting to lien the heirs, call them to court and tell them if they're going to act in that corporate status, in that war status, that the provost marshal will be picking them up. And watch them turn around and do the right thing. They're all doing the right thing. They're starting to do the right thing, but Moors have to do, you have to save yourself. No one is going to do your court actions for you. You must do them. You must do your own court action. We're doing overarching court actions, but for example, Empress Michelle, she has already done a court action on the one doing business as governor of Virginia. So she already put that, she wrapped that one up. That's going to be an easy one right there because it's already done. I'm going to call his name again just so that he won't feel left out. But the court actions, that's the way to go. It's the way to go. We are the law. We are the government. That's our job. That is our responsibility. That's how you govern. That's why everyone in quote unquote fake Congress is an attorney or a judge sent by the Postmaster General or the corporate Postmaster General over there, Philip and Elizabeth Corporation, sent by those two. That's what that's all about. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and mute because there's just a little bit of feedback coming from that one particular area. But yes, so are there any questions about what those military positions are? Now, again, anyone claiming to be a U.S. citizen is in the military. They're not going to tell you that, but if they have a contract, like a Social Security contract, where they have a card with all capital letters and they've not terminated that contract, because I have one that has all capital letters, but the contract is terminated. So it can only be used as a subject to the heirs. Like what they did with this, because they can only talk to other corporations. So they can speak to their corporation, but it has to be subject status for them. So anyone who has, again, and we say this all the time because it's important, anyone who has things like VA benefits or Social Security benefits, disability benefits, etc., terminate the corporate contract and then tell them you're using it as the creditor. And you can just put that on the public record. They're supposed to be checking the public record anyway. Okay? And that way, it's a benefit to you as the heir and as the creditor. And they can't be trying to use it to tax and to take. Okay? So, are there any questions about those military positions? And we're actually, when we put unum sanctum on the record and we put our Postmaster General status, we're doing it from a place of peace. War is not a part of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. War is not a part of that. So we are actually the balancer of that whole status. We're the balancer. Okay? We balance all of that out. They've been warring and warring and warring, and now it's a peace situation because the heirs have spoken. And they've been using the debtor side this whole time. We're using the creditor side to balance that out. And it's not only balancing it, but it's making it all the way right. All the way right, the things that we're doing as a nation. And therefore, you see the results that were being talked about earlier by many of you. So, are there any questions? You can start to ask your questions. Yes, go ahead, Justice.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Jay Michael, Chicago.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Honors to you. I was listening to you earlier in the call, and you were saying in the next 60 to 90 days or so, the unum sanctum document should be on the record, as well as the Universal Postmaster General.
Those are suggestions. Yes, those are suggestions. I would suggest that the heirs study those two, that position of Postmaster General, study it so that you know what they really do. Because they have not been telling you the truth about what they really do and what their real responsibilities are. They've not been telling you the truth about that. So study, and when you seek the information, it'll come up. you'll find it, and then go back throughout history to see who was the Postmaster General, who was the first one. For even for the corporation, just look back through and do a little research and a little study on the Postmaster General so that you can see what is really happening. We are taking those positions, but we're the peace military, okay? And it's not military even. We don't even need a military. Not really. We're using the Provost Marshal now, and he's doing an excellent job because everybody's jumping into subject status and doing what they're supposed to do, leaving the Moors alone, wiping the debt, etc. We just have to keep doing that for the ones so that we can assist our brothers and sisters. So Postmaster General, you want to put a universal sovereign Postmaster General, universal sovereign original indigenous Postmaster General affidavit on the public record, just stating that that's who you are. And if you want to list your whatever research you found about that and say these are our authorities, and we have given our own selves. We have sovereign authority over the following. We have sovereign authority over the following, and then you can list shipping, postal, and banking.
Okay, any particular place where we should look for this information? There's so much disinformation out there. I would suggest that you start at Google. Just start there. But then also go to postal sites and then go back into the history sites. Go to the history sites anywhere that you think to look. Anywhere that you think to look, go ahead and look. The Yale Law website, Avalon Yale Law website, where you can see the treaty and all of that other stuff. You can go there and look up any documents. Just search Postmaster General in the search, and it's going to bring up any documents that have to do with that. So start there. And then your research will lead you to other places. And the last question is, is this supposed to be in conjunction with the other items that you told us to send in, like, the NOLO treaty and all of that?
Those are suggestions. Your study will tell you what will be right for you. Your study will tell you. So that's not a checklist that every sovereign must do. That's not what we do. We just make suggestions, and your study will tell you which one of those you should do, what's right for you, and how to do your demonstration. Okay?
Islam, I hear.
Islam. Because you can't tell sovereigns what to do anyway. Because the ancestors might lead you in a different way, or your higher self might lead you in a different direction, based on what you love, based on what you're doing, based on your own demonstration. Okay.
So now,
your
when
own
the wind, right, and the black glove, that's the wind.
If you seek
that's
the
Mother
information,
Nature. That's
you'll
that
find
breath.
it.
That's that
Period.
holy breath. That's that love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, right?
Man knows not by being told.
Now you
I
have
could tell
something
you what
physical.
to do all day, but it won't work if you don't
correct?
do your own study.
Don't matter if it's
do your own demonstration and clear that energy and keep that powerful energy going and stay peaceful. That is how this works. That's how it works. Is we provide, and then the ones that are doing it are seeing the results, like what they talked about earlier, where these corporations are getting in alignment like they should. All it took was for us to stand up and speak by affidavit, and the corporations didn't have a choice, because that's our estate. They are subjects here, not at war. This is about peace and status. So, are there any, hopefully that answered your question with regard to both Postmaster General and Unum Sanctum. And with Unum Sanctum, it is also it's when you read it, you'll know. You have to actually read Unum Sanctum and study it to know what you're saying. And I could talk about it, Unum Sanctum basically just tells you that everybody is under the Moors. Yes, it is. It's, I see there in the chat, Justice J. Michael says it's a do-it-yourself universe. Yes, it is. We can make suggestions, and that's why we're here, is to assist with the suggestions on what we can do together as a nation so that we can do what we're seeing done now, like get rid of all of that debt. It was never our debt in the first place, so we just needed to say that competently, and then assist one another as we move forward and continue to possess the estate. Because that's really what this is all about. It's continuing to possess the estate and getting back all that was taken from us during this learning process. We've lost some things in the process, okay? And we need to get those things back. And it's not necessarily maybe what we lost that we'll get back. It'll be brand new, better stuff. And it's not even about the stuff as much as it is about knowing that you are a sovereign and this is your land. It's not even about the stuff at all because you already own everything. But the rebuttal was key. I see in the chat, yes, Justice Jade Michael, the rebuttal is the key. Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey has always said to us, you have to rebut everything they say. We had not up to now rebutted Unum Sanctum. We had to first know about it. So Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey taught us about Unum Sanctum. And it was up to us, because he never actually read Unum Sanctum out that I know of. But he knows that you can't just tell the heirs. The heirs actually have to go digging for the information. It's the activity that causes the success. It's the activity, okay, that's causing everything to happen. And the more active you are and the more you study, etc., the more success we're going to continue seeing. I mean, you know, for some of us, debt is just, you know, that has been the thing that seemed to belabor us before we knew. Yes, this will be posted on YouTube. That we did not know was never ours. Now we know. And as we move forward, we're going to be doing other demonstrations and putting them out and sharing them so that we can continue. But I'll tell you, the court actions are the most powerful. The court actions, and then when you pair a court action, which is the highest sovereign court on the land, okay, when you put that with an Unum Sanctum statement and a Postmaster General statement, an affidavit, okay, and Justice Michelle says Grand Sheikh has a 3-part Unum Sanctum series. Yes, get that. Go out there on YouTube and look at Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey's Unum Sanctum series. Please go look at it. And then also study Unum Sanctum. Go look it up and read it and study it. And then, in all lowercase letters, rewrite it. And we have copies of it out there of how we rewrote it. And really what we're doing is, Unum Sanctum that you see out there is a hypothecation of the original one that we put out. So don't let anybody tell you that, oh, you all are copying, you know, the Pope, blah, blah, blah. No, he copied us, okay? The corporations have always copied us. They've never originated anything.
Islam? Grand Sheikh Taj always talked about that for years and years. But this point that's interesting is that until Noble Drew Ali passed, none of this stuff was happening. However, they were agitating for it and using all the tools they had to get, once it passed and the adepts sold out, most of the adepts sold out, then the Vatican City was actually open for business. Yes. And they immediately started to go into the decimating the 90%, which they had been doing some of that. Noble Drew Ali came to stop it, and he decided, okay, y'all don't want to stop. I'm going to go to the other side, but believe this or know it. Noble Drew Ali is working with you right now. And if you pay attention, you got all of that force in your mind and hands.
Islam. We receive that and all of the authority and the energy of our ancestors, and Noble Drew Ali is one of our ancestors as well. Islam. And we are the ancestors returned. So, I believe that are there any other questions before we, and then we'll take a continuation until next week. I'm just so happy for everyone who's had debt removed. I'm so happy for you.
Gregory Tariq Bay, North Carolina Territories. When you terminate the corporate contracts, do you put your account numbers on the public record as well?
I did, because they've been selling those numbers to everybody. Those numbers, they put them on the stock market, so they're not a secret. I did, but you don't have to do that. I only did it because I know that it's going to make it easier for them to go through and be like, okay, that's an heir, she's a creditor. This stuff should not be out there. And that's why I did it that way. But you don't have to do it that way. You can do it your way because you're sovereign.
Okay, and I don't have to send it to Donald Trump and all them in Washington and all that, right?
You don't have to. You're sovereign. You can just post it on the public record. You can put it on Moorish American Consulate public records page on Facebook. That's free. You don't have to. And we encourage everyone to go there, so you don't have to pay any fiat to put stuff on the public record. Trust and know that they all check that. That public record, everyone checks it because they see that the heirs are awake.
Islam.
We when we do videos and stuff in some of the chat and stuff down there, they are always saying, I'm gonna report this to and they say names of alphabet corporations, and I'm just thinking to myself, they already know. So you won't be telling them anything new. So they all watch, and as long as we are in honor, they can't really stop anything that we're doing.
Islam,
just like
yes.
The phone number is listed. I think it's in Florida. Is that the correct person to contact to declare your nationality?
It should be the one that's on the website. If it's a number on the website, it should be correct because those are updated pretty frequently.
Okay, what's the website again? I'm sorry, I may have missed it.
MoorishAmericanConsulate.org.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Islam. And there was a Noble who was going to ask a question. Go ahead, Noble.
Yeah, this is me almost out here in Kimberly territory. I just got a question about, I've been getting my return receipts back, but I'm not getting them back from the companies that I lead, and their court dates is, coming up pretty fast. Do I still proceed with the proceedings?
Absolutely, yes, you do.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes, you do, because guess what? The minute you give them to put them in that postal box or hand them to a postal clerk, that person or that box is an agent of the principal. Believe it or not, they're all one. They're all the same. Some people think that the policy enforcers are different from the light bill company, but they're not. They're the same. Some people think that that they're different. The post office, once we put something in there, it is considered already given to whoever it is we're sending it to, if we're sending it to a corporation. It's considered already received. So absolutely, you don't have to wait for those green slips to come back and all of that. You don't have to wait for you. And when you check, if you check and it's saying, oh, in transit or whatever, and it's getting close to the court date, you still do the court action. Because sometimes those people do not update the system. Yes, it's already deposited. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And then with some of our documents, they log in the green, you know, the green card, not the green and white slip, but the green card. Instead of logging in the return receipt, that green and white number, tracking number, instead of logging that one in, they will log in there's a tracking number on the green slip, on that green slip where they sign it. And for those who can see, I'll just grab a copy of one. Yeah, okay. For those who can see, these green cards right here that you see here.
Yes.
Okay. There's a tracking number right here on that green certified return thing. Sometimes if you pull this number up, it will tell you where the packages are. But you won't know that if you're looking for the tracking number on the green and white.
Right.
You know. And so it just depends on who's logging it in and why they're logging it in. Okay.
I just inquired because
Huh?
No, I just inquired because I'm getting them back from the mayor, the recorder of deeds, and the tax revenue, but the actual companies that I'm leaning, you know, they haven't been. I've yet to receive those, so I was just.
Oh yeah, go ahead, move right on forward with your court actions. I always do. In fact, once I give it to the post office, I don't even check anymore, really, usually. And then every now and then I'll think, oh, maybe let me just check. And I'll check, and then I just print off the delivery receipt.
Islam.
Islam? Can everyone hear me?
I'm still here.
Unmuted.
We can hear you, Malik.
Oh, okay. All right, Islam, everyone. Grand Rising to the Moors. This is Sheikh Malika speaking, and I just wanted to speak to everybody about the what's going on in Cosmos as we are traveling through the stars, through the Milky Way. And
I'm sorry. Hold on for just a moment. I'm sorry. I got booted out. So you can see you're not the only ones who get booted out. Okay. So we'll hold off on the reading this time around. What were you saying really quickly about? Just take about 60 seconds and do a reading real quick. What were you saying? I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay. That's fine. Which one would you rather? Which one would you like to hear? Would you like to hear about the Milky Way or about the eclipses?
The eclipses.
The eclipses? All right.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so we have 3 eclipses between June 5th and July 5th. June 5th, we have an eclipse in Sagittarius, which is 15 degrees, and this is also a lunar eclipse, right? This is also known as the groundhog looking for its shadow. Okay, so this is basically an emotional roller coaster. Could be really good or the opposite, depending on where you are on an evolution scale or evolutional scale, right? And this is globally, by the way. This is a great time to reflect on things, that we would like to improve. This is relative to higher energy, higher awareness, higher consciousness, higher philosophy, travel, and cultures. And this actually deals with the types of housing built by our ancestors, resurfacing, this is going back to older ideas, cultures, whether it's medication, knowledge, erudition, and that will be on once again, a worldly view. Now, with that being said, this will bring closure on the old way of doing things based on the last 50 years or so. That is pretty much no longer working. And anything that Sagittarius or Gemini rules, because we are also, the sun's in Gemini currently. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of planets. You have Gemini, you have the moon, you have Mercury, and you have Venus in Gemini right now, currently. So anything that Sagittarius and Gemini rules is basically what this is influencing. And this would actually come to a completion stage, and the people will look for a new way of doing things. Things are going to really shift because the eclipse is happening at the midpoint of 15 degrees. And for those of you who don't know, each sign goes from 0 degrees to 29 degrees, right? And this is happening at 15 degrees, right at the midpoint. So people will see a lot of, false information flying across, so they have to be aware of that. The eclipse magnifies everything, as I mentioned. There will be tension, and once again, we're talking worldly. So there will be tension. People will want freedom versus public safety. This will bring pretty much, the craziness, the craziness out of people, or the spiritual awareness out of people, right? All depends on where they are on their spiritual evolution. Once again, on June 17th, Mercury is going retrograde. All right. Now, this is for June 21st eclipse in Cancer, 0 degrees. Now, this is a solar eclipse. So June 5th is a lunar eclipse. This is a solar eclipse. Now, with the eclipse being in 0 degrees Cancer, this means new beginnings. Why? Because anything that starts off in 0, right, is always a new start. Okay, so this is the ending of business structures, ending of any old structures, the ways, people have been governed, laws, new models coming out based on service, self-care, nurturing others, performing arts. The people are going back to the past, just to lighten the load, to move forward in the future, right? Once again, this is globally, right? So, there will be a sudden event that is irreversible, and it's something to do with a huge light. Like I'm talking about just an array of light, and some may look at it as a gift, right? There's going to be a lot of karmic and soul missions starting here. Okay, once we, if you guys were on a call on Thursday, you guys will kind of be able to connect what I talked about on Thursday and this call as far as the Milky Way and what's about to happen during the solar eclipse in Cancer, right? And, once again, eclipse, they actually last about 6 months. So you will be seeing this throughout the next 6 months, all these events. And then for July 5th eclipse, I will get back to everyone on July 5th eclipse. that search for more information to speak on it, and then I will get back to the June 21st eclipse as well.
Islam. Thank you so much.
Islam.
I appreciate it. Okay,
Islam.
that's good. We need that information because Moore's on days where there's going to be eclipses and things like that, or major events in the stars or with the solar or the lunar, etc. Those are generally the best days to send out affidavits or to place affidavits on the public record so that you can flow with the energies of the cosmos. And that when you send them out, they go out with that much more force and energy behind them. So usually on those days, I generally do either a court action or I'll put something on the public record. And then on those days where they claim that they're quote-unquote holidays, etc., I always have something done on those days. Put something on the public record or send out court actions, you know, notices to appear in court, etc. And again, those days are going to be June 5th, June 21st, and July 5th. So either you can send things out and have your court actions on that day, or you can mail things out on those days, and it will do what you send it out to do. You know, that is the catalyst behind doing it on those days. Now, whether those things, it happens for you that way or not, is up to you and your energies and how you and what you send out, etc., and the competence level of it. Again, our competence is way up as a nation, and that is why we're seeing the results that we're seeing as a nation. You know, we thought that was why years and years away, but it really wasn't years and years away. We're here already, where debt is being removed, and it was presumed debt in the first place because we don't have any debt. We never have had any, but it's nice to see, you know, that our commands are being honored. Okay, where all of that is concerned, you know. So I think that is about it for this call. It will be posted on YouTube. I want to ask before we continue on next week, is there anyone here who wants more information about, just one moment, let me make sure, wants any more information about nationality or how to nationalize? You can star 6 if you need that information. That information right there, specifically.
Islam. Ezekiel Bay, the Los Angeles territory. I need the 7 places to send my information to.
Okay. If you go on to www.moorishamericanconsulate.org and click on nationality, there's going to be a document there called New Moors Binder, a binder for New Moors.
I downloaded it.
Yeah, I think it's new.
It only has 5.
Yeah, it's in there. The 7 locations are actually within the first few pages.
I downloaded that document, the whole thing. I have the whole thing, and I only had 5.
It should be 7 of them in there. I'm hoping. Which 5 did it have? Because if you, it should have all 7. It's always had all 7 in there. But if you can tell me which 5, I can tell you the other 2.
Okay. I had the Donald J, the governor, the head of the the head of the oh wow, the one in New York,
the State Department,
and the yeah, and the Bishop of Los Angeles.
Right. Okay. So you want to add the Attorney General and the Secretary of State to those two? The ones doing business as Attorney General and doing business as Secretary of State. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Islam.
Yeah. And I apologize that it's not 7 in there. Usually it has been 7. I don't know if, sometimes things drop off and come back on the, we want to be sure that everything. So thank you for asking, and thank you for letting us know. We'll have to check that out. I have
All right, thank you. Islam.
Yes, Islam.
Angela Smith Bay, Fort Lauderdale.
Yes. Islam. Okay. Did you have a question, Empress? Okay. I'm gonna. Yeah. So I'm going to mute your phone just for a minute, Empress Angela. If you don't have a question, do you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Oh no, ma'am. No.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to be sure we got okay, because there's a little bit of feedback coming from that channel, and so
okay.
I'm gonna mute it just for a moment. So if there are no more questions or comments or anything, we will continue to call next week. Same time, same channel, and then also on this coming Thursday, we'll have another call as well. But remember, this coming Wednesday on the other channel, and let me give you the information for that, we are going to have a court action where we are calling all of those doing business as governors into our Moorish American Consular Court, as well as Donald Trump doing business as president. And we're going to just make sure that they're being sovereign. That they're following the commands of the sovereign. That's Wednesday, May 27th at 3 p.m. Pacific time, which will be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you.
And the audio number is going to be 515-606-5622. And the access code is 679046. And for those who want to sign on to their computers and do it by video, we will be doing, it is a video court action. It's Light Bay Moorish Nation. So when you go to freeconferencecall.com, the online ID the meeting that you'll sign into, online meeting ID, is Light Bay Moorish Nation. That's LIGHTBEY Moorish Nation on Free Conference Call. So that's the other channel, that the other video court line that we use as well. Okay. And then we'll see those who are going to be present this coming Thursday on our call this Thursday. We will see you then, and if not, we'll see you all next week on Sunday. Same time, same place. Islam. Peace and Grand Rising. Thank you so much, Empress, for being here. Islam.
What was that time? Islam.
It's 3 p.m. Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard.
All right. Thank you so much, Islam.
You're welcome. Yes, Islam. Grand Rising, more.
Grand
Rising.
Rising, Islam.
I see you smiling up there. I like your bed.
Peace, boys.
Nice. Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. Islam.
Yes.
Grand Rising.
Yes.
Thank you, Light.
Grand Rising. You're welcome, Empress.
Islam, Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising, more
Grand Rising.
Islam.
Grand
Peace
Rising.
and love.
Grand Rising to the Moorish American Nationals. Today is May 21st, 1440, and 1441 on the moon calendar, and 2020 on the Gregorian calendar. We are excited about this particular time that we're in. It is the age of knowing, so we have to keep our spirits open so that we can hear, so that we can know what we need to know in order to move forward in our progression and in the Grand Rising. The Grand Rising is a fluid, moving, living being. That's what the Grand Rising is. And so we have to remain fluid like water and flexible so that we can make the adjustments as we rise and as we get the demonstrations done that we need to get done, that we know what to do next. So when we keep our ear gates and eye gates open to the spirit and to the ancestors and to our higher selves, we're able to do that. I want to take a moment and ask, and if you know even part of the answer, please *6 and unmute yourself so that you can speak. The question is, first, is there anyone here who has not nationalized that would like to do so? If you'll hit *6.
Travis Russell
is there
would like to nationalize.
You would?
Yes.
Islam. Okay. What territory do you domicile near?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Islam. Are there any justices in the, I believe that's the Central Territory, on the line who can assist him? And we welcome you.
Thank you.
We're so happy that you're here. Islam?
Savannah, Bay, Colorado Territory.
Yes. Did you say, okay, there's a lot of noise coming from a few places. I'm going to go ahead and mute a few people just so that we can hear. I believe someone said that they were going to assist our brother.
Yes, I can assist him with that.
Islam. So that's the Empress Susanna, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's get that taken care of first, because that's the most important thing for us to do right now. So, Empress Susanna, do you want to, if you're at the chat, brother, can you see the chat on this call, or are you calling in by phone?
I'm on a laptop.
You're on a laptop, so can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I put my email in.
You see her email address in the chat?
Let me see. Okay, what is it?
Can you see it there in the chat? There should be.
Is it
down at the bottom of your screen? If you click on chat, it will pop up.
Okay.
Or it might even be at the top of your screen. Okay.
I see it. I'm writing it down now.
Okay. Let her know when you email her that you are the noble who's on the call today and that you want to nationalize, and she will assist you. She is in the Central Territory. That's the most important thing with all of these calls, and we're going to do that every single time. Starting
Run while you can, mister.
Ensuring that that those who came to nationalize can do so. Islam. Let me just make sure where that is coming from. Just a minute. So that is the first thing we're always going to do. So anyone interested in nationalizing, go ahead and take down that information so that you have it, so that you can also be a part of all that's going on with the Moors. Okay. Next, we want to welcome the brother. You've made the right choice. In the times that we're living in right now, you've made the right choice.
Well, I know I have.
The citizens don't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance at all. And so we have to come out of that
battle.
Yes, we all have had them or are having them, and we're assisting one another with them. So it's a good thing that you're on the call, and we appreciate that greatly too, having you, because we need as many people as possible to come out of that system so that we can tell that system what to do and tell it where to go. Islam. Next thing we want to do, Islam, did you want to say something, brother?
No, I'm here dealing with a tough battle with the information and
Islam.
It's not as much as it being true as it being them being caught up on their own religions and own ideologies and what have you.
Well, yes, Islam. So ensure that our prophet said that he gave us enough to save a nation. Now we should take it and save ourselves. And so saving yourself is going to be the most important thing first, and then you can help those around you who don't get it, who don't understand, So it's better to sharpen yourself first, and then you can assist them better. Islam.
Thank you.
Islam. And we're glad you're here. Is there anyone else here who wants to declare their nationality, who has not done so, who is of the bloodline and the birthright? Islam?
Islam. Is there anyone near North Carolina territory?
North Carolina territory?
Yes.
Yes, there is. The closest we have on this call to North Carolina territory would be Georgia territory. I think we have a couple of justices from Georgia territory on the line.
Okay.
Islam. And also you can, have you declared your nationality already?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, you want to do that?
Yes.
Islam.
Hey, Pauline, I found the list for Guantanamo Bay. The people
there is.
Are not
hold on for just a minute. Let me shut that noise down, because that's not supposed to be on here. Okay, there we go. Now, there is. And let's see, you said you're in North Carolina territory. There are, if you go onto the website also, there's some information there. Abasi Talib Bey and Justice Jiramore are on the call here. If you'll look in the chat, they can assist you as well.
Oh, okay. Great.
Look, can you see Justice Abasi Talib Bey?
Yes.
Okay, Islam.
So you're going to put me on hold because you're not going to...
And Justice Jiramore as well.
Guantanamo Bay,
on there too.
They're not there. So you're gonna
just a moment.
Hold or...
Just a moment. Let me clear that up. Just a moment.
Yeah, come on.
Let me make sure.
The people that you're supposed to in Guantanamo Bay are not there. There's a list. You can find them. They are not there. So she's bullshitting you.
Nope, he doesn't. You don't know what you're talking about. And we're not going to give you any of our energy. This call is for the nobility. It is not for you. So let me go ahead and move you right on out of here. Just a moment. Let me boot him out.
Your liens, you're not sending any of the liens out like you say you are either. I have called. All you're doing is making money off of these people who think you're this great
Really? There you go. First of all, we don't even take money. I don't take money from anybody for anything. Everybody knows that. So anyway, let's see.
You know, he spent a lot of energy to come on here to tell us what we're not doing and what.
You know what? And the whole economy is shut down because we have leaned everybody out of business, and that's the only excuse they could come up with. So we're good.
Yeah, like
he does every day.
You put me on hold, and but
every
you can't
call
handle the truth.
that we have, he comes on and.
I'm just waiting for you to show me proof that it works. Show me the proof that the liens work. Show me the proof that the people that you send are in Guantanamo.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get him off. Let me get him off here.
Hang up on me every time.
Albion, you need to go home, man. Nobody paying you no attention. We know what we're doing. We all are grown on this place. You need to go find you another playground. You're not welcome here. Islam.
I'm a Moorish American national. I've already declared my nationality.
No, you're not. Hold on. Hold on.
You sound Albion. You ought to stop it with your lying ass.
He is an Albion. He's an Albion.
The person who's lying to you is Pauline.
Don't pay him any attention, y'all. Don't pay him any attention.
Liar.
He does tell a lot of them. They are really, and he's actually paid. That's why he comes on here regularly. Every call we have, he's on here because he's a paid shill. But our energy cannot be harnessed by anyone but us.
She cannot
and
provide
if we don't
any
give
proof
you
that
energy, you don't get it.
Working, or the people that she sent in Guantanamo Bay. If she can provide that proof, I will stop calling.
Why is you worrying about it, man?
No.
Why are you worried about it? Why are you worried about it?
I'm not worried about it. I just want to
hold on. Let me get him. Hold on. That's the thing. If it doesn't work, why are you so adamant about being here? No one chases a fantasy.
That's right.
So anyway, let us continue. So this is the thing that I wanted to say today about where we are as a nation. And Morris, please get used to that kind of stuff because
go to the Morris Science Temple of America where you should be not following this woman.
Anyway, never mind. We'll just keep muting him.
Can you lock the call? Can you lock the call?
Yes, I can. Done.
Morris Science Temple of America has been compromised.
Yeah,
Morris
they have.
Science Temple of America can be found on Dun and Bradstreet as a corporation owned by the United States Services Corporation.
Islam. Well, and here's the thing about all of that. Here's the thing, and I love this. This is great because we love the temples. They just need. There are some temples that are doing the right thing. You know, there are some that are doing the right thing, but they're the vast majority, and anyone that is a 501c3 has not been doing the right thing. We're not even going to get into how some of them have been using the names of the members to get benefits, but not telling the members they're doing that. But that's a call for another day. So, Morris, get accustomed to, resistance, so to speak. But the resistance doesn't hold water when you're using the law. The sovereign, supreme law of the land, resistance cannot stand with that. So I wanted to ask another question because we have some here. Is there anyone else who wants to declare their nationality? and let us know what territory you're in so that we can get you paired up with someone who can get the documents to you.
I would.
Islam?
Islam, Detroit territory. The issue I'm going through is I've been on a few conference calls and I want to do my paperwork. When I declare it, I just want to try to have it in red and capitis nolo. And
is that the one that I have here?
When I went on the website, it's the judicial notice and the proclamation. And
were
when
you
I tried
able to download them?
I was able to download them, but I wasn't able to change them over to red and decapitalize them.
Okay, so if you go on to the Moorish American Consulate Public Records page on Facebook, do you have a Facebook? Okay. Are you on social media?
Yes, I'm on there. I'm actually on that page.
If you look through there, I posted an in capitis nolo appellation change document there about it's been almost 2 months since I posted it, and it is downloadable. It's blank, and when I say blank, I mean there's a place to put your appellation and everything, so that it's just a template. That it's exactly what you're looking for. I posted it there about 2 months ago. So if you and it's I posted it. Yeah, I posted about 2 months ago, and there's several other documents that are templates that are there as well. Until we can get the website pulled up correctly, we're making the changes are being made to the website, but it's a lot of changes because all of the documents on there have to be changed to in
like I have
nolo.
some that are already changed, but I don't want to take the step. I can't take the steps on those until I take the steps on the first.
If you have some that are already changed, why do you not want to use them?
Because I haven't proclaimed my nationality, so I have papers. I have lien paperwork that has been changed.
Okay.
But I haven't made the appellation change, so I can't do that paperwork until I do the appellation change.
Okay. And you actually can do that paperwork. You can do that paperwork.
Okay.
You don't really have to wait until appellation change. Because, see, in reality, your sovereign proclamation is it. That's the law. That is the law. So you don't have to wait.
Okay.
Islam?
Okay. Islam.
Just to let the brother know that the moment he proclaimed that publicly, that is his declaration. The paperwork is just to bolster that and to give him something to operate with so he can study and read and learn the things from it. The paperwork does not
Okay, so I have been reading it. Okay.
Islam.
Okay, thank you, Islam.
Hey, good day, Empress Light. This is Sheikh Maliko. I was just wondering if this was a good time for me to go ahead and just talk about, the astrologies that's going on. Not so much about the eclipse for this call, but for the next call, I'll talk about the eclipse, but basically what's going on in the universe and understanding the times that we're in.
Sure. Let's take, but let me make sure that we're not missing anyone where nationality is concerned first, and then we'll get to that. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who needs to nationalize?
I will.
Anyone else? Okay. We want to be sure that that gets taken care of first on all of our calls, so that we can be sure that our Moors are taken care of. Huh?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I would like to get information to change over
to nationalize.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you for that. We're glad you're here. Your intention is well noted. Thank you. It is well received. What territory do you domicile in?
Texas.
Texas territory. Central is on fire. Justice Tariq has placed his email in the chat. Can you see the chat, or are you on phone?
I'm on the phone.
Okay.
But I can try to write it down.
Okay, go ahead. Justice Tariq, do you want to go ahead and start it?
Islam. My email address is my appellation, Tariq, Tariq, Bey, Bey, 2018 at Gmail.
Okay.
If you send me your contact information, I will respond with a complete nationalization and identification packet. Islam.
Okay.
Come on now. Islam. I love it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We don't want to miss a single more. Islam.
Islam, sister, I'm going to send for that same packet just to make sure that I have the expedient, correct way to proclaim my nationality.
Islam, yes.
And so that's Tariq Bey 2019 at Gmail.
It's 2018 at Gmail.
2018, okay.
Yes, 2018.
Thank you so much.
Islam. Islam. Okay. So, boy, I am absolutely excited. The next question that I have, and if anyone knows the answer or can contribute to this information, please star 6 and do so. Does anyone know what the duties and responsibilities are of the Postmaster General? If you know what the duties and the responsibilities are of a Postmaster General, star 6 and contribute to that. If you know some of them, or at least one of them.
Yeah, brother, Mr.
Islam, Justice Tariq.
Islam.
They supervise operations and regulate postage rates. They act as a government liaison, overseeing postal service employees and overseeing wages and benefits.
Islam. Correct, yes. Anyone else?
Islam, Justice Genesis IL. They oversee banking operations as well.
Yes, they do. Islam. Anyone else?
Islam and transportation.
And transportation, that's Justice Marcel. Islam. That is, yes. And someone else was going to say something? One of the other more?
Yeah, Islam. I was about to say they control the flow of the mail.
Yes.
So they basically control the flow of the mail.
Islam.
Islam is Chancellor Smith Bay. They regulate.
They regulate what?
We all hungry, sir.
Okay. Well,
They regulate what? Empress? What were you saying?
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. No water, not hungry.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Islam,
Go ahead, Empress.
Oh no, I was just saying they regulate the rate of the
rate. Islam. Anyone else? Justice Jermore, were you going to say something?
No, it was Tiger. They actually, someone said mail. It's actually post. It's called the posting rule or the mailbox rule. So if you go into an office and you put something over the counter, or if you go into the mailbox on the corner, as soon as something is put through, it actually is delivered. So they control it. It's actually the posting rule that actually controls that mailing that the brothers mentioned. It's called posting.
Islam.
I was just going to make the overall statement that it regulates the flow of cargo.
Islam. That's important. That's very important. Very important. Very important. That is actually okay. So today we posted a video on YouTube at Like Tajiri Bay channel regarding all Moors being Postmaster Generals, sovereign, original, indigenous Postmaster Generals. All Moors are that. I would encourage all Moors to really, really look into the duties and responsibilities, because we've actually not been told the whole truth about what the Postmaster General does. So I'm going to read to you a little bit of the history so that you know that they put a whole lot of smoke and mirrors up, but nothing is as it seems. So in 1776, at the time of the signing of the so-called Corporate Declaration of Independence, the said corporate signers were bankrupt and therefore could not enter into contract lawfully. Additionally, anyone who is at war cannot lawfully enter into contract, treaty, or agreements of any kind. The same bankrupt corporate actors, again, throughout the years, have pretended to enter into contract unlawfully. The whole time they've been unlawful. And so, since that time, multiple bankruptcies have occurred, all while the corporate debt of those corporate actors and their corporate citizens, this is important for now, and the corporate citizens, the debt continued to be compounded. The said corporations and the corporate United States Corporation Company citizens were given 3 opportunities to pay the corporate debt that was due to the Crown Corporation. The year of the death of our Prophet Noble Drew Ali in 1929 was the end of their second attempt at paying off the corporate debt to the Crown Corporation. And you know that 1929 through 1933 were financially, there was a lot going on there. And the reason that all of that was going on was for this very reason right here. Okay. They had, that was their second opportunity to pay off their corporate debt, and they did not do it. So then, at that time in 1929, they presumably pretended to hypothecate the titles to the land. But they couldn't do that because our prophet had put some things in place.
What is the definition of hypothecate?
In reality, they could not, they couldn't, in reality, just a moment. Just a moment. In reality, they couldn't actually take the title to the land because the title rests with us. Our land is unalienable and inalienable. Okay? And so they hypothecated it in 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932, 1933, and that is what happened with the Act of 1933, where they, did HR 192 and all of that. Okay. However, at that time, the Moorish courts were still active. Our sovereign courts were still active, and so some of the Moors, even though their stuff was seemingly taken, it really wasn't. Okay. And so in 1999, that was the third and final attempt that the United States Corporation Company and its citizens had to pay their corporate debt to the Crown Corporation, and that attempt was unsuccessful, of course. And that's why they keep talking about the national debt, the national debt. That's their debt. So that brings us to the question of who really do they owe all of that debt to? Who really do they owe that debt to? Okay? And they were saying they owed it to the Crown Corporation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Now, make no mistake about it, the universal, original, indigenous, sovereign Moorish Americans, who are the Moorish National Republic, federal government, and all Moorish governments and nations, have always been and always will be the true and living crown. And there never was a time when we were not the crown. So the true living crown, not the corporate one, but the true living one. Okay? And just a moment, let me do just a little bit of housekeeping. So then, for corporate citizen affairs and just for the sake of who the corporate crown is, the corporate crown that all that debt was owed to was Queen Elizabeth's corporation, but more precisely, the one that's been sitting behind her very quiet. They call him Prince Philip. Why would she be the queen and he be a prince? Ever thought about that? Because he is the one that they call the prince of the power of the air. He really is actually in their world, because not in ours. He is actually King Philip Corporation. King Philip Corporation is who they owed their debt to. Why did they owe the debt to him? Because he is the Postmaster General for the corporation. That's why. He was over all commerce. He was over all transportation and travel. He was over everything that had to do with corporate paper. Quiet as a mouse back there. You never hardly saw him. But he was the Postmaster General the whole time. And whoever else occupied that seat. But they put her up in front like she was the culprit. But really, he was the one signing the document. And the only reason that he sat there quietly like that and had absolutely nothing to say is because he was in control of all of that corporate paper the whole time. He and the Vatican and the Service Corporation, they did it together, but he was the Postmaster General, the corporate Postmaster General. And the corporate Postmaster General is over everything that has to do with the estate of the corporate people, which is a debt estate. So all citizens are in debt, and they cannot pay the debt to this day. But again, corporate debt has nothing to do with the Moors. Now, we've been asleep in that system, but not really. That's why they said we could never be citizens, because we've never really been in that system. We have always been the original indigenous sovereigns, even in our sleep. That's why they continuously needed our signatures, even in our sleep. They could not do anything even then without sovereign signatures. And that's why we were treated differently from everyone else on the earth. And so he and some of his underlings and some overlings, because there are some over him as well, and it's of course the Moors, work. And this is for the corporate side, so we're not a part of the corporate side. On the corporate side, he and his underlings work to enslave the citizens by way of corporate debt, such as mortgages, loans, taxes, fraudulent corporate court cases, utilities, and ballooning fiat inflation. He is also, as Postmaster General, every court in their corporate world is under his quote-unquote authority. Every court, every one of them. Now, they've been pointing us to the British accreditation registry. Okay, that's his. That's it. That fakeness. All of that fraud is him. And all of the quote-unquote attorneys and all of that who did all the things that they did, they answered to him. But he could only do that as Postmaster General. If he wasn't Postmaster General, none of that would be the case. None of the courts would have to answer to him. They would have to find a postmaster. And that's why every post office had a Postmaster General in their region, underlings who answered to him. And that's why when many of us started to wake up to who we were and we tried to get things done at the post office, we met with resistance, much resistance from them. That's why. They were taking their orders from him. And then he and the Pope would work together so that the policy enforcers would take their orders from the Pope. So what have we done about that? Well, Moors have no debt, so we don't owe allegiance to anyone but ourselves and our nation. And the first thing that we have all done, and some of you have not done it yet, but I encourage you to do it. We've posted an Unum Sanctum document on the public record. The Unum Sanctum policy, our grant sheet talks about that policy all day, every day. That is what they've been working off of. And it was our job to decapitalize Unum Sanctum and place it on the public record so that now policy enforcers are no longer under the Pope. That's why you see him standing in places now by himself or with 2 or 3 people, you know, and not a whole goo-gob of people, because he's not in authority anymore. He's not. And so Unum Sanctum placed on the public record takes care of that. There are other documents that we are decapitalizing and placing on the public record as well. But Unum Sanctum was the main one, because Unum Sanctum is the one that put everyone under the quote-unquote Roman pontiff, and Roman was in capital letters and so was pontiff. But when we decapitalized that, we put it in lowercase letters. Now you're talking about ancient Rome, not the Holy Roman Empire, because that's them. That's the overlay. We're talking about the original, indigenous, sovereign, natural, divine Rome. But remember, we are, not only are we Rome, we are the Phoenicians, we're the Greeks, we're the Moors from every generation, the indigenous original people who wrote all of the languages and all of the laws, Moorish Latin, all of that. That's all us. and we're returning back to that. So I would encourage you to look at that Unum Sanctum document and type it up for yourself and sign it in red and put it on the public record. Because when you say that everyone is under the Roman pontiff, pontiff is not even a singular word. That is a plural word. That's just like sultan. Some people think sultan is one word. Well, according to the corporations, it's one word. It's a word that means one person. But from antiquity, it means a group of us because we never did anything alone. Anything that's valid, we did it together. And that's what we're doing now. And so with regards to Postmaster General, we put a video out today encouraging all more, making some announcements, so please watch the video. And also encouraging all more to place on the public record a sovereign, universal, original, indigenous Postmaster General affidavit stating that you and all Moors are the Postmaster General for our land. And that is another step that is being taken to put us further in control of the estate. Believe it or not, those people are only operating off of documents. That's why the libraries are so full. They are operating off of documents only, and then they get someone to enforce their documents. And then everyone just goes along with it because nobody reads and nobody studies previously. But now we study, we read, and have been doing so for many, many years in terms of all total. Our Grand Chief's been doing this for 40 years or more, Grand Chief Tashreef Bey, and many others who are doing the work in this noble mission. And so we should never have just one more doing anything. There should always be a group of us, a whole nation of us taking responsibility for our estate. We shouldn't have just one Postmaster General. We should not have just one emperor or empress. No, everyone, all hands on deck, all Moors standing, all Moors with the titles. All of those titles belong to all Moors. Don't let anybody tell you any different. All titles belong to all Moors already. You don't need to take a specific class, but you do need to study. Study and stay in touch with your nation. That's important. Go back and look if you have some time. There are a couple of videos that talk about that whole Postmaster General piece. There are some videos, and they're hypothecated, so don't believe everything in them. They're, but you all know that. I don't have to tell you that. They're not altogether great, altogether truthful, but they give you a glimpse into what the corporate people are trying to do that we were born to do. Things like, for example, parse syntax. Parse syntax is their attempt at coming out of corporate English. But even then, they can't really come out of corporate English because you actually have to have more than just the change in language to not use corporate English. You actually have to be of a bloodline and birthright so that you don't have to use it. Or else, you know how they say, well, if you don't fill out our form, you don't get blah, blah, blah. That's an attempt to keep you in that corporate English box so that you don't step out into your nobility and start defining what you're saying and your intention truthfully and precisely. Some people call it Old English. It's not Old English. Old English is the hypothecation of ancient English. So study what a Postmaster General does, and you will be, and then place your documents on the public record in all lowercase letters in red, stating that you are the Postmaster General for your territory once you've done the study on what Postmaster Generals do. And remember, you're going to be, we have many sovereign authorities. We have many sovereign authorities. Having that one as one that you have on your document is going to clear the path when certain things, when there's attempts to stop you from doing certain things. Okay? Especially when you're doing them in honor. And everything that we do must be done in honor. It must be. And we can tell you, or not to tell you, because we don't tell sovereigns what to do, we only make suggestions. But we can suggest a whole list of things to do. But if the energy is not right when you do them, they're not going to work. And when I say energy, I mean that you, that you're doing things in honor, honorably. Honorably just means that you don't have ill intent for anyone, you're not warring with anyone, and what you're doing is actually to free yourself and to gain control of your estate. Okay? That is very, very important. Have honorable intent. Justice Genesis, did you want to say a little bit about that? I see you put it in the chat. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm sorry. But yes, intention means everything. If we're warring with the subject, I would just say don't do it. I've been telling people not to do that. And there are people that I've said, please stop warring with them. And when they didn't stop warring with them, they ended up, places they didn't want to be. And I don't want to see that happen to any of the Moors. I don't. None. And we have to be honorable in what we do. We cannot be, deceitful in what we're doing, or that ends up putting people in places they don't want to be. We don't ever have to be in places that we don't want to be in, Moors. Know that. We don't ever have to be in places we don't want to be. We don't. Let's see, just a moment. Okay. I'm just looking at some of the notes in the chat. We don't ever have to be any place we don't want to be, and that is the truth. When we do our demonstrations that we're doing, and we do them honorably, our ancestors will honor them. They'll honor them, and they will honor our energy, and they will honor that they see in us that reflects them. That's really important. That's actually the most important thing, because even when we may not know all that we need to know, if our energy is honorable and our intention is honorable, the ancestors will honor that and still assist in making demonstrations successful. I'm a living witness to that, you know. And then don't be afraid of testing. Don't be afraid to be tested. There were some Moors who were recently giving their testament on Dr. Nyela, one of her things that she had this past Tuesday, one of her electronic meetings that she had this past Tuesday. And they tested beautifully. They tested beautifully because they are in touch with their energies, the energies. If when we are tested, okay, and we get angry and we start you know, talking bad about everything and everyone and not realizing that we're being tested because of we need to be sharpened, then testing is not going to go well. The thing that makes testing go well is our response to it. If we're angry and mad and blaming everyone else the whole time, then testing is not going to go well, and it's going to last a lot longer than we would like for it to last. Know that all Moors are being tested right now. All Moors are being tested right now. Okay? And when I say tested, we're really actually just being gently pushed out of that system, the capitalism system. And so capitalism is being used to sharpen us and to pull us out of that system and to make us stand. And what does capitalism mean and what does it look like? It looks like mortgages. It looks like fake corporate court cases. It looks like bills, quote unquote bills that, you know, seemingly are due, that they're not even talking to us because that stuff is in all capital letters, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It looks like everything that has to do with citizens. Islam, justice, Genesis. Yes, please.
Islam. This is Justice Genesis. I just wanted to say that I am being tested and being brought out of that capitalist system, so much so that a year ago I was taken off of long-term disability by some doctor that's a quack. But I was taken off of long-term disability, and then right after that I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I've gone through all of the surgery, the radiation, the chemo, all of that. Then the other day I was told that I'm no longer employed at my job. So I was on disability, been on disability for 13 years, and now all of a sudden I'm being taken out of that system. And I was upset at first, and I was hurt, and I was in tears because I'm losing my insurance, my life insurance, my health insurance, all of that. But then I thought about it, and I said, well, maybe it's because the universe is moving me from that system onto greater things. So that's about the size of it.
Empress, let me tell you, I'm so glad you know that that's happening for that reason. Because knowing that right there is half the battle. It's actually 90% of the battle, really. Because out of all of the things that they've piled on you, seemingly, none of those things that's not your debt, first of all. Second of all, any hospitalization, anything that has to do with hospitals, the heirs have always been taken care of without having to pay anything.
Yes.
We always have. And in fact, when we pay them, we're giving them money for something that allows them to use our credit to do things.
Yes,
And so we have to put that in its rightful place. We have to put it in its rightful. I'm glad you said that. We have to put it in its rightful place.
Yes, we do. And I do have to give credit, though, because Cancer Treatment Centers of America, they paid my the premiums that the long-term disability said I owed and the job said I owed whole year. They paid it. They took care of everything, and I didn't have to pay anything. So, and I knew that. I knew it. I just knew it in my spirit that I wasn't going to have to do anything, that I was going to still be able to go through with my treatment and everything. Because in the middle of radiation, they said, oh, your insurance was canceled. So now, just the other day, now your health insurance is gone, your life insurance is gone, even though they were paying cash for it. So, but I'm being moved out of that system because now it's time to go to the Fifth Amendment. It's time to go to higher realms, and I'm just knowing these things, and I don't know how I know them. They're just coming to me.
Yes, this is the age of knowing, so you're going to know that stuff.
Yes.
But know that.
I'm not going to take
go
over.
Ahead, no, go ahead, because we need to hear. Because what you're facing is the same thing many more are facing, or something similar.
Yeah.
We need to talk about that stuff, and then put those sovereign affidavits and creditor status. And now remember what we said about the Postmaster General. The Postmaster General was in charge of all of that commerce and all of that corporate debt and all of that stuff. Okay, so you may think, now this is important, Morris, please hear me. You may think that sending an unum sanctum document along with your appellation change in all lowercase letters and a lien and what else? And a Postmaster General affidavit, you may think that they won't know what that means, and they only know. Listen, they know exactly what it means because that's where they get their orders from. The hospitals do too. The hospital is actually where the okay, just a minute. It's unlocked, Empress Amara. It's unlocked. I just unlocked it. Thank you for that. The hospital is actually considered to be docked on our land. It's considered to be a ship docked on our land. And when the babies come out in the hospital, the doctor, the doc, is actually, and this is something that I just learned recently, all doctors are registered with the Port Authority as harbor masters. Did you know that? So that they can put us out to sea at birth. Or when you go in for those treatments and things like that. Yes, truth. Because at that time, you're considered a crew member, or not a crew member, but you boarded the ship. You boarded the ship, and now they're going to transport you at sea, out to sea somewhere, lost out there, and attempt to call you a name that's not yours, and bill you for things that's not yours, when in reality you're the sovereign standing on the land, and none of that is supposed to be the case. But it's going to happen in some form or another to all of us, all Moors, if we don't stand. And when it does happen, we must step. We cannot be in citizen status even going into that kind of stuff. We must be sovereign, original, indigenous Moors in our rightful place at all times. We must be. Or else they're going to attempt to lien their citizens. And every one, it's getting to the point where no matter where you domicile, no matter how you get around, no matter what you eat, no matter what you do, they're going to find a way to lien you that fake name, not you, because they can't lien no more. Lien that fake name, whether it be IRS, hospital, people trying to attempt to take domiciles, etc. All of that is what's being set up right now. With everyone not working, by the millions, the ejection is about to happen. Get ready for it. Put your sovereign documents on the public record and then send them out and notify everyone that you think needs to be notified. Policy enforcers, fake mortgage companies, all of that, the fake people, anyone that's sending you anything. And then for the babies, because I see someone in the chat put that they have a 2-year-old, you need to create sovereign, original, indigenous, universal, living birth affidavits for them. You need to do that. All you have to do, and I see a lot going on in the chat. Someone said DOC means to take. Yes, it does. And that's DOC. And then when you put a K on it, it is a C term. But in reality, and this is the thing about our ancient English, those all mean the same thing, whether you spell it DOC, DOCK, or however you spell it. It's still going to mean that they're trying to take from you. And that's why it doesn't matter how you spell it. Come on, ancient English and Moorish Latin and Phoenician. Anything we pull out of the Akashic record and spell it the way we want to spell it, because then it's going to mean what we say it means and not what someone else is saying it means. That's why we've changed our language to a sovereign language. And guess what? We still overstand one another. Clear as day. But we spell it the way we want to spell it. And then it means what we intend for it to mean, because really when you speak, intention is everything. And then with regard to, listen, anyone who's issuing social security numbers in all capital letters, et cetera, why do they issue those? Because they need a sandwich. So, we have to come out of that system, and then we can turn around to that system and tell the subject what to do. But we have to come out of it. You can't stay in that system and try and operate as a citizen. You can't. You have to declare your nationality, declare that you are the creditor, the executor, the claimant, and we spell all of that differently from the way they spell it, so that it means what our sovereign intent means for it to say. And terminate all corporate contracts and create a sovereign security number. Sovereign security number by affidavit. Now, okay, I see in the chat it says, any suggestions on my grandniece that's about to come to the world? Create a sovereign universal affidavit, a birth affidavit for her, if she's bloodline and birthright. And all of the documents that they would normally issue, your government must issue them, and you are your government, so you must issue them. You must issue them.
Can I say?
Okay. Oh, sure. Go ahead, Empress. Go ahead, Empress. Sorry.
With my grandchildren, they don't have no birth certificate or anything, and my grandson, his father was trying to take him because my daughters are kidnapped, and when the so-called administrator was trying to bring her in for in the venue, and she didn't respond to him, or she didn't do anything. She just put the proclamation in the case and showed his Moorish ID, and they didn't want to have nothing to do with it. They threw the case out.
Islam. That's what they're supposed to do. And they're really not supposed to have Moors in there at all, but it's good that she stood on her square.
Yeah,
Islam. We must, thank you for that, Empress. We must stand. And it's getting to the point now where whenever we say anything, they're jumping and starting to do exactly what we tell them to do, and it's not taking them as long as it used to. But we have to stand. There is no benefit to being a citizen. None. No benefit to it. And anything that they give you, whether it's disability, VA, retirement, whatever it is, that is a resource on your land. You should have it. But you cannot use it as a citizen. You use it as the creditor. And all that is a matter of changing the paperwork that's on it. And the sovereigns can change the paperwork that's on it. Change it from a contract to an affidavit. Terminate the corporate contract and then put the affidavit that you're the creditor on that particular benefit. And then place it on the public record. You don't even have to call them and tell them that you're an heir if you don't want to. They're supposed to be checking the public record because they're all public servants. All of them are servants to the Moors. Some Moors say that they don't, they think that by declaring who we are, that we're going to have a bunch of slaves in chains. No, we don't put people in chains. But the people that are supposed to be doing the right thing with our estate here, which is we control the estate, but we have servants to fulfill those duties until all the Moors do it, or until we elevate to evolve beyond the system, which is actually where we're going, elevating beyond them. But in the interim, for some, those systems still need to be in place. Just like the Empress who said that, she had disability and they cut it off and all of a sudden everything's paid and et cetera. That we have to put affidavits on all of that. And then if you want to send the affidavit to them, you should. That's a suggestion. Sovereigns do what they want to do. But I would send it to them. Just from my perspective, I send affidavits out everywhere. As far as I'm concerned, there are no other options because that citizen stuff does not work. It just doesn't. And right now, they're planning on getting rid of the citizens because they can't afford them anymore.
Look, there's aliens.
Okay? They're getting rid of the citizens.
Can I speak?
Sure.
This is Empress Minnie Price from Detroit area. And I just wanted to let everybody know, one call we had, people was like, I hear Avion saying, do the liens work? I can say they do work because I remember when Sharon Tracy Gale Bay did her liens, and when they kidnapped her, it was so many Avions online saying, she liened me. I didn't know, only thing I did was said this and said that. So that assured me that they was getting the liens. And it was like
I didn't even know they were online saying that. Go ahead, Empress. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was like 4 or 5 Abions, because they would grab her case and be discussing it, and I end up following. Excuse
Go
me?
ahead, Empress. Go ahead, Empress.
Yes,
Hold on for a minute. Let me just find out who that is that keeps interrupting. Go ahead, Empress.
Yes, and I just wanted to know, that assured me and let me know that our links, when they go out, they doing what they supposed to do, because these Abions wouldn't be on YouTube complaining in their videos on their platform. Because some of them were taking up platform, just had hers there, major discussions for weeks and months after she was first kidnapped. And it was this one Abion, she kept saying over and over how Tracy had leaned her.
Islam. I don't listen to the stuff they say out there. I don't know who they are, and I don't fill my ear gate with that. But I'm glad somebody listened, so we can, because I didn't know that they were complaining about all of that, but they know. Yeah. Now, this is the crazy part. The ones that come in here, the 2 or 3 that come in here, the Albions that come in here talking about, prove that your liens work. They're in cahoots with the other ones, so they know they work.
They know. Absolutely.
That's why we don't give that any energy.
Yes, and
there is no. Go ahead, Empress. Sorry.
Yes, and I started watching her for a minute, and it do, watching people that speaking negative on the Moors and what we do, it do drive you into anger. So I watched her for so long, and it started making me angry a lot, because I know why they kidnapped Sharon, because she was so intellect, and she was making it so basic for the basic people to understand nationality and to understand which way to go.
Yes.
And she was a powerful woman, and they didn't, that would bring them down, the power and the energy that she had. So
and they haven't done that. And they haven't and in fact they just motivated her more so.
Yes, they were so afraid of her. That was the thing. They were so afraid of how many people she could empower. And I have to say, I am one of the people that she empowered. I am one of the people, because before she broke things down the way she did it, I was lost for a minute. And when I found Tracy, I can hear Taj talk, but when I first heard Taj, he was like on a debt level that I couldn't comprehend, because I was just getting into everything. But I kept listening, Then I found Tracy, and she broke things down so simple to me. So when I did start going back and listening to Todd, it sounded so simple, the things that he was saying. Now that I listened to her, and she broke things down to the first grade level for me. And that's what I got from her. She break things down so that a first grader can comprehend it.
Yes. Islam, thank you so much, Islam. That is absolutely vital. And now you can do the same thing for other Moors.
Exactly.
I know you're already doing it. I know you're already doing it. You can do the same thing for other Moors so that they get it. Because we all are at different levels in our growth, we need to be able to relate to who we're hearing, so that it makes it easier to understand everybody else that's speaking. So I'm glad you're here, Empress, because we need that voice that can connect with everyone on that level as well. I'm not as good at that as Empress Sharon. Because I'm a little, but she's got it. And you have it, and there are many other Moors out there who connect with that energy. It's vital to our nation.
Yes,
vital like a heartbeat.
Because the way she gave is how most of the Moors, so-called African Negroes and African Americans, that's how they have to hear to even comprehend it, because our reading level and our comprehension level concerning law and concerning what our nationality, because I didn't even have the slightest idea what nationality was.
Islam.
And I researched, but when I found Tracy, she broke it down so well. Now I'm able to go and listen to Taj and know what he's talking about. Relate with him.
Empress, I'm going to, pull from your energy a little bit and just
sorry.
issue I'm gonna issue a little challenge to you. Just a little challenge. And it's, whenever you're ready, I would love to see you start doing videos and talking to the Moors like that so they can hear.
Yes,
that's my name. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Whatever
I
you're
am.
ready.
Yeah. I'm preparing myself now.
Yes. And even if it's a 5-minute video just on nationality.
Yes, and we have to start that. We really, really have to start doing that.
Yes. All Moors on this call and all Moors who can hear this video and this recording, you should all be doing something to get the word out about nationality. Something. Even if you don't like being on camera, I know not all Moors like being on camera. Okay, do some recordings and post them on social media somewhere, or get a website and give us put the link to the website on there so people can see your information. We need as many outlets putting the energy out there as possible so that those that your message is tailored for can hear it. Tariq. Islam. We actually need as many Moors as possible out there doing videos, out there declaring nationality. It is indeed the order of the day. However you do it, and that's the thing, it doesn't have to be professional birthday cake pretty. None of us, it's not like that for any of us. We just do it. Sometimes the video's not working. Sometimes the sound is in and out. Sometimes people are interrupting the meeting is not even for them, etc. But we have to keep going. And we do. Nothing can stop the Moors. Nothing. And I do mean nothing. No thing. No matter, no thing can stop the Moors. So all Moors, anything you can do, even if it's just reading a name change document and saying, this is what I did on my name change document. Okay. And Empress Inez, that is so true. That is so true. Empress Inez put in the chat that if you wait for perfection, you will never get the videos done and whatever it is you want to put out there. If you would listen, trust me, y'all see some of that stuff out there, but the information is out there. It has to be out there and it's reaching people. And that's the point.
It's not, Empress.
Yes. Thank you so much, Empress Minnie. We appreciate you. You and all the Moors there in the Detroit territory. Michigan.
Yes, we are getting Michiganiga. We gonna have Michiganiga together. Yes. One more thing. We need. How do we? We got a lot of people coming in inquiring about nationality, but we trying to see how to. Issue them their MAC number as they come in without having to send paperwork off.
You don't have to send it off. You all are already a consulate. I've just been waiting for y'all to catch that piece right there. You just need a 4 or 5 digit prefix, so MAC, and then 1 or 2 other letters, so that you all can be MACMI for Michigama. Okay, and then whatever number you issue after that will be their MAC number. So their MAC number consists of MACMI and then whatever you issue, and then one of the Moors there in the territory giving them their MAC numbers.
Islam. Great.
Islam. And I've been waiting for you all. I was hoping the ancestors would tell you that you're already a consulate.
Yes.
Instead of having to get you don't need somebody else's scepter to do the work. You don't need somebody to put some, you all are already doing the work. Just do it, and we're here. You all are already the Moorish American Consulate, all of you. Every Moor on this call is the Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National Republic federal government already.
Islam.
This
is Brother Ray Bay in Detroit. I didn't know we even had a consulate here, and I'd like to know how can I reach the consulate in Detroit, Michigan territory.
Empress Minnie, you want to help them out?
Yes.
Islam.
Yes, I will. I would love to help them out because we meet twice a week and once a week now since they started this. We done start back meeting together, joining. So you can reach me at 313-854-9882. And
you got that, brother?
Yes, I'm sure Brother Fatih is on the call.
854-9882.
313-854-9882. Absolutely.
Empress.
All right. Empress Price Bay.
Price Bay. Okay.
Justice Price Bay.
Justice Price Bay.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes.
Islam.
I love it.
Light. This is Tiger. Yes. Greetings.
Yes,
I want to add to this to help everybody out even more. Someone suggested it back in January. I had an attitude because I had this court case which actually has been dropped. Now I got the other one to get it dropped and we'll be all right. But there's this global credit facility that allows everyone to go up there with no ID and anything. Just go get it. Your name, just go up there and then you go get credit and you go out there and start buying up everything. Are they giving fiat? No, it's credit. It's you. It's Delarium and Neocash and Nomni. It's all the cryptocurrency that is used as tokens, and that's used the banking instruments such as what is it called? Letters of credit and their bonds and promissory notes that you use with the cryptocurrency, and you go out and start buying up everything. And this will help us acquire this estates. What they want, that's how we're going to buy it back. No. Hold it. Stop a minute, because I got red flags going up all up over the place. First, when you say the word bond, I'm thinking bondage. So but just help me clarify, because I don't want to mute. That I want because there's some principles in it that we could probably use. But I want to be sure that people are not signing things where they're being put back into a corporate setting. And Understood.
if they're not signing in all lowercase letters, and here's the thing, who is it? Is it a treasury that's doing that? Who is doing that?
It's the World Credit Union. They created last year. Took several years to get it together through the United Nations Development Program to eradicate poverty off the planet.
Yeah.
So,
the United Nations ain't eradicating no poverty. They're not. They are actually still a corporation. So we're going to have to lean them again for that fraud right there. That's fraud. They can't do that. They can't do that. And they're not giving out Dolarium, that's for sure. We know that because none has left our inventory. We know that for a fact. So whoever it is being fraudulent. Okay, let me not say fraudulent, because I still need to get because I want to be sure that I'm getting all of the info. Let me not say fraudulent, but if they're saying that they're giving out Dolarium has not left the inventory. But
it's on this sheet called Xchain, X and CHAIN.io, and you put in the search Dolarium, and it shows the.
Have you used it?
No, I've looked it up. I've been reading everything, and I should send you the same information so you can see for yourself. Because I thought it sounded good.
Well, everything that sounds good probably ain't good, especially if it's not done by Moors.
Well, there was a guy named...
The United Nations ain't Moors.
The
United Nations is not with capital letters. Does it have any capital letters on it?
You might have to just send it to her, let her review it, man. Let's go forward.
Yeah, that sounds good. Mayor, it's Scimitar Bay, Indiana Territory, Mayor.
Hold on just a minute, Scimitar, and let us get this piece taken care of first.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some clarity.
So claiming that it's United Nations is a corporation. Okay.
That's just the development plan, but there's a more that was to create the credit union, and it's a global credit facility. But you know something? Now that you brought all that up, I got to reread everything. I'll just send you a copy of everything here, and then we have.
Okay, but he's on the call, so he can answer.
May I give you your understanding?
We'll talk about that at another. We'll talk about that at another time because certain words raised red flags for all of us, and I don't want the more to be uncomfortable with that.
But I can give some clarity to us, Empress.
Is it working for you? Answer that question. Is it working for you?
Yes. I used the credit. Took care of this contract here for my office space, and so I used a letter of credit. So it launched that they're actually paying off the debt and public and private. So, and it gives them instructions how to go up to the credit facility and tap the account and take
Tiger, that's enough. Public and private, that's enough. That's enough.
Okay, sorry.
We're good. We're good. Scimitar, we're good.
Yeah.
That is something that you all must promote on your own platform because we don't know enough about it to promote it here, and this is not a platform that we promote things on. Okay. And especially not anything that has to do with finance, because we know that people are using things other than gold-backed lawful, and so we want to make sure that gold-backed lawful currency is used at all times for all things. Okay.
Well.
So I'm going to go ahead and move beyond that because that's not why we're here. We want to be sure.
I apologize.
He didn't tell you everything. He didn't say it clearly.
Well, we don't need to. We don't really want to hear everything right now because that's not what this call is for. Islam. You'll respect that, won't you? You'll respect that, won't you, Scimitar?
He just understood what he was saying. That's all. It ain't got nothing to do with special instruments or nothing like that.
All right. Well, this is not the place to talk about it. Okay, and I'll say that once more. This is not the place to talk about that. We're interested in Moors getting nationalized on this call, and we're interested in declaring and proclaiming our vast estate the right way with gold and silver-backed lawful coinage. That may be a good program or process. I've not heard anything about it, and this is not the place to introduce it.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no. Why are you in the challenge? You got to walk.
Now, so, again, Moors, we're in the place where people are going to be coming at you with a bunch of stuff. We get it all the time. We can do this and we can do that, and I'm not saying that that's about those brothers. We love Scimitar. We love Justice Tiger, Justice Scimitar. We love them, and we're not talking about them. But since that came up, let's just say that as the heirs, there's going to be a lot of, as we move into continue controlling our vast estate, there is going to be a lot of fraud coming your way. And then some of it is not going to be fraud. It's just going to be something that you need to look closely at and know the principles. Because it's really amazing to me that everyone has now, all of a sudden, the answer is there. All of a sudden, the answer is there. But when we needed that stuff 5
Those
years
not here
ago,
off the Bay, New Jersey
or
territory.
Islam, or 2 years ago, or however many years ago, or when Moors really needed some assistance, none of that stuff was available, and now all of a sudden everything is available. Well, we need to do the work on that. In order for something to be available, we need to do the work of doing the study and ensuring that no one comes up to us and just offers us something and we sell out right then. Okay? We're already going to, the estate is already ours. So who's offering us our estate? It's already ours. So who is it now that's stepping in the way of the corporation? Okay, now that we got the corporation out the way, who is it now that's offering? Yes, what is the source? Because we know we're the source. Okay, we know we're the source. And we don't need to sign something over to someone who's going to get a sandwich off of us and leave us holding the debt bag. We've done enough of that. And that, again, now remember, you all, each Moor, is the Postmaster General, the universal one, not just the one for the territory, but universally. You are.
Empress? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Islam.
Islam.
Can you hear me now?
Islam.
Okay.
Islam.
Each one of you is Postmaster General. So you're in charge of commerce, not the UN, not the US, not the UK, not the EU, Islam Justice Bureau. Okay? You all are, we are, together as a nation and sui generis. But we don't operate alone. We all are operating as the nation and the government and the law. So now how all of a sudden, okay, what really needs to happen is what the Empress was saying earlier. Those systems, that capitalist system needs to get in alignment with the Moors so that fraud won't continue to happen. And it's starting to do that. When they see sovereign, original, indigenous documents coming through, they take notice and take action, and that's what they're supposed to do. Fix whatever it is in that system that's bothering the creditor that you think is a citizen. Let's do that. Instead of being so, we don't want to appear, and it's not even a matter of appearance. Why would we get this close to complete control? And we already have complete control of the estate. That's not even, we never lost control, really. We just have to know we have it and then exercise it, use it. And that's what we're doing now. We have to first fix where the, and I don't want to use the word hemorrhaging, but fix where resources are leaving the source without the source's consent. We have to fix that first. Then we can have resources coming in from our estate and from our nation that stay with us and cannot just go out the front door because a policy enforcer said so, or because a fake judge said so, or because a fake utility company says so, or because a fake mortgage company says so. We have to first fix it so that that does not happen. So we have to get them in alignment first. Then all of the other stuff can come. That's how this works. We demonstrate that capitalism is not in control of our estates or anything. And then we can possess and declare and proclaim and have. But why would the ancestors give us 100 trillion, or let's just say 100 million? And then the minute the tax man says you owe 75 million, we give it to him because we don't know how to demonstrate that the tax man doesn't have any authority over us. The ancestors are not going to give us that until we know how to demonstrate that no one has higher authority than the Moors. And court actions are absolutely, you all are, listen, the one who was the corporate postmaster general, okay, who had all of the doctors in the hospital registered as harbor masters, waiting at the end of the delivery table to take the heirs and traffic them, because really it's about transportation, it's about shipping. What ship were we put on without our consent, really? There was no full disclosure. Our mothers would never have done that with full disclosure had they known. But now that we know, when you know better, you do better. Okay? When you know better, you do better. Islam. So now, we have, just a moment. I'm going to, just a moment. Okay. So now, from this point, Justice Malik, you were going to give a reading really quickly about where we are in terms of the cosmos and the astrology.
Yes, Islam, everyone. Hope everything's going well with you guys. So yeah, I just wanted to give basically a brief summary of what's going on, and also I just wanted to share my journey too of following the stars, and basically, okay, let me see where to start.
I thought you were
okay,
gonna
so
do
basically
the reading.
when I came into this, I'm this goes along with my reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
Islam.
So basically, you know, this is the start of my, or this was the start of my journey. When I came into, you know, the information about, you know, who we are and, you know, our ancestors and so on and so forth and where we're going. So I actually took a leap of faith by following the stars. And this was before I actually knew that this was our actual quote unquote religion. This was our law, you know, and following astrology. And so once I came into this information, I was like, wow, you know, I came into the awakening of, you know, why am I in the system for when I'm not even really supposed to be in the system? And you know, what am I doing still, you know, wrapped up with this bill, that bill, so on and so forth. So what I decided to do, right, was actually sacrifice living in a home, right? So for 8 months, I actually decided to live out my car. You know, I was also running my business, basketball training, and I was doing that out of my car. And you know, during that time of 8 months, you know, I ran into the policy enforcers, and they decided to steal. They decided to steal my my vehicle, not my vehicle, but excuse me. I'm just trying to get my thoughts straight. But yeah, they decided to steal my conveyance, my vessel, right? And so, you know, I literally had no place to stay, and that was for about a week or so. And then months later, at the end of my 8 months of living out of my car actually, you know, shut down. Battery died and everything. I had to take it into the shop, and then that was a whole nother story. So, long story short, you know, my car is still in the shop, and for almost 4 months, I was living homeless, right? No place to stay, no nothing. And, you know, I kept my faith strong in the stars. That's what kept my strength. I kept running my business and so forth, kept my strength in the stars. And everything that, you know, I read in the stars came to fruition. And everything that I'm still reading, I'm still keeping strong, and I know it's going to happen. And so this is what our ancestors went off of to you know, see what was going to happen in the future, to know how to prepare for things and so forth, right? So that's actually my journey. There's a little bit more to it, but you know, just for you guys to get the gist of it. So that's my journey right there. Now, as far as what's happening in the cosmos, right? This information is coming from Simone Matthews. You could definitely check her out, her website and so forth. You know, great information, and really ties into what's going on currently in the world and what we are doing as well. Now, with that being said, basically, the photon belt, there's something called a photon belt. Please check it out. Please do your own research. And see what this means exactly. So, you know, the photon belt is a torque field of energy. And a torque field, just to give you a picture of a torque field, right? It's almost like a donut, right? It's almost like an energy going spiraling around like a donut, you know? And basically, this torque field of energy emanates out from the Alcyon, right, in the Pleiades, right, which is the star system. It's a cluster of stars in the constellation, you know, Taurus constellation nearest the Earth, right? So, with that being said, what are photons, right? Photons are the smallest possible particles of light in quantum physics, and photons are emitted during the transmission of one energy state to another. Photons have a zero mass and no electrical charge, and this is the energy of the future, right? So look into that. Once again, this is the energy of the future. Okay, photons are what the ancients harnessed as energy for communication, stellar travel, meaning star travel, and energy production, and much more, right? So, you know, during our solar system's 26,000-year transit of Alcyon, right, which is the star in Pleiades, or the biggest sun in Pleiades, right? We spent 11,000 years outside of the photon belt, right? And we actually spent 2,000 years inside the photon belt, right? So basically cycles of creation. So our Earth rotates around our sun, taking approximately 365 days for one complete revolution. Right? Then our sun actually rotates around our solar system, right? Which is rotating around Alcyon, which is the brightest star of the Pleiades constellation, as I mentioned before. So one complete revolution of our solar system around Alcyon takes approximately 26,000 years. And in addition, Alcyon and our solar system are revolving around the galactic core, which is the central region of our Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so one complete revolution takes approximately 225 million years. Now, with that being said, okay, the torque field of the Milky Way and the Pleiades are implicitly connected. Okay, so as energy waves move out of the galactic core of the Milky Way, extends out to the torque field of Pleiades. Now remember, the torque field is like a donut-shaped field of energy, okay? And so the electromagnetic energy is moving towards the galactic core and electrifying the Pleiades photon belt, bathing its field in waves of love, okay? So that's what it's projecting. It's called waves of love. And that's what's coming from the Milky Way to the photon belt in Pleiades. Okay? So due to the width of the photon belt of the torque field, right, we spend 2,000 years in light, right? And then 11,000 years in darkness. So in total, this is 13,000 years, right? There goes number 13 again. Right, the magic number. So basically, we reach the peak central region of the photon belt every 13,000 years. The last time the solar system was fully in the photon belt was the age of Leo, which was the complete opposite of where we are right now. We're in the age of Aquarius. All right, so keep that in mind. So basically, just as a summary, what is happening, right? Or actually, before I go into the summary, let me just keep on. Let me just read on so you guys fully understand what's going on. So now there's a galactic, or we're reaching into a galactic alignment, right? So in addition to our solar system transiting through the photon belt of Alcyon, for 2,000 years. There's a December solstice each year, as we all know, and so basically this is where our Earth, Sun, and galactic center in Sagittarius align on the galactic plane, which is the flat plane of our Milky Way, right? This alignment is referred to the galactic alignment, okay? So this is where the Earth, the Sun, and the galactic center, which is in Sagittarius. Okay. Now, during this alignment, our astrological galactic evolutionary triangle, which is like a pyramid, called a tetrahedron of energy formed by Earth, Sirius, and Alcyon, and the galactic center, is amplified to its greatest potential for the year. Okay. So this amplified tetrahedron of energy that surrounds us seeks to structure water, right, within our bodies, so that such we literally become walking liquid crystals. Okay, so every cell within the body is thus bathed in galactic liquid crystals. All right. Which in turn activates our DNA and attunes our genetic potential. So just in case you guys didn't know, right, in our DNA, we only have 3% of our DNA active, right? It's still a 97% portion of our DNA that's inactive, right? So by us going through this phase, we're actually activating our inactive DNA, okay? So the galactic alignment cosmic blueprint formed by Earth, Sirius, and Alcyon, and the Galactic Center supports us in stepping in both individually and collectively into our greater evolutionary purpose, and helps us to step into the grandest version of the greatest vision that we have ever held for ourselves as a human liquid crystal, referred to crystal-like healing. Okay? So the energy of galactic alignment is also amplified through our solar system, transiting through photon belt of Alcyon, and the essential birthing of divine feminine energy within our hearts, minds, and souls. So during this galactic alignment, Earth receives direct energetic transmissions from Alcyon and from our galactic core, which is the Milky Way, and which is the waves of love. Okay, the greater central sun is directly pulsing electromagnetic wave of love vibrations through our solar system, right, or through the central sun, Alcyon, through our sun into the Earth, right, bringing through very high pulsations and frequencies of light energy. So what is happening is electromagnetic energy is facilitating and shifting consciousness, okay? A divine shift of the level of awareness of humanity from the egoic 3D state of fear, right, which is false evidence appearing real, to the consciousness level of wisdom, which is 5D state of being. So just to sum it up very quickly, right, what is happening, okay, is that you have the Milky Way that we all pass through, okay? You have a constellation, which is Taurus. Okay? You have Pleiades, which is a star system in the constellation Taurus, okay? Pleiades has a sun, right, which is the biggest sun in Pleiades, called Alcyon, okay? So Alcyon gets these waves from the Milky Way, okay? These electromagnetic waves to the Milky Way, right? And so it transmits those waves to our sun. So it communicates with our sun, right? Which is called the waves of love, right? Communicates with our sun and projects photons through our sun down to the Earth, okay? And then we as bioelectrical beings, as Dr. Savies would say, we as bioelectrical beings pick up this sunlight or this information, which transforms our DNA so we can move from the 3rd dimension to the 5th dimension, all right? This is happening right now as we speak, all right? Now, for a lot of us that's moving from the 3rd dimension to the 5th dimension, there's going to be a lot of folks that's not going to be here with us, right? In order for us to move to the 5th dimension, we got to make sure that we are open to it, and we got to make sure that we're vibrating on a higher level, right? Consciously, right, and doing our studies and so forth, but also making sure that we're eating healthy as well, because as Dr. Savy says, we are bioelectrical beings, right? What the sun does to our food, right? Our fruits and our veggies, they're basically liquid sun, right? And so as we eat these fruits and veggies, right, we actually gain information through the cosmos. So with the photons, the photon light that is coming from Pleiades, right, and then is jumping through the portal of our sun and coming down to communicate with us, right, is going into the fruits, the natural fruits and the natural veggies. And by us consuming that, we are actually bringing our vibrations to a higher level. We're bringing our body's intelligence to a higher level so that we can make that smooth transition into 5D.
Islam.
Right? And
Islam.
where we are right now, just so that people, just in case people aren't aware, right now, this is the North Gate, aka, this is the land of Leo. Okay, in an astrological point of view, this is the land of gold, right? This is the land of the sun, where we're at right now. All right.
That is so true.
So I just wanted to make sure I got this message across, and so this is going to be happening. We're going to be our pineal glands are going to be emitting light. Right, our DNA is going to be activating, and our heart etheric fields are going to be expanding into awakened consciousness all throughout from now to 2040. Right?
Islam.
So we just want to make sure that we're open to it. Everything's working out in our favor. Within the next 45 days, there's going to be 3 eclipses. Right? I put it in the chat. I'll repost it in the chat again. There's going to be 3 eclipses, 2 in June, which is June 5th, which is a lunar eclipse in Sagittarius, 15 degrees. You're going to have a solar eclipse, June 21st, right? And that's going to be in Cancer, 0 degrees. And then you're also going to have another lunar eclipse, July 5th. In 13 degrees, right? So now with the eclipses, right, as soon as eclipses happen, it takes about 6 months. And so these eclipses run about 6 months. The energies on the planet run about 6 months. So we're really going to feel the effects from then all the way to December. And now remember, in December, right, that's when we're going to be in that alignment that I just spoke about, where we're going to have that, we're going to be in Sagittarius, right? And we're going to have that alignment with Ceres and with the Earth and with the Sun, right? Let me see if I could go back to it just to get you that the correct information. So the galactic.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was about to say the galactic alignment cosmic blueprint. This is with the Earth, Sirius, Alcyon, and the galactic center, right? And let me see. Okay, it's the Earth, Sun, and the galactic center. Yes. So that's going to happen in December, and I believe you mentioned on another call, Empress Light, that there's going to be another eclipse in December, right?
It's going to be a conjunction of the 3 planets.
Okay.
Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn, I believe, which has not happened in thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah. That is so true. Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in our favor.
Yeah, it is. It's actually all in our favor. All of it, everything that's happening now, is about the Moors. And I see in the chat, Empress Sarah put, in the practice of shamanism, the North Gate represents the ancient ones. That is so true. Did you know? And many of you know this, but for those newer Moors who did not know, the Moors at North America are the primogenitors of all other nations. So we were first, and all other nations come from us. And that is why this is so important that we stand in our sovereign nobility and be who we really are, because the other nations of the earth need to see the primogenitors standing in our own sovereign status and not hidden under some corporation somewhere. Okay? And that is why all of this is so, so important. This work that is being done, that each one of you is doing, where you're doing your demonstrations and you are making sure that all that you do is put on the public record, etc., etc. All of that is part and parcel of standing and ensuring that the government, that everyone knows who the government is and everyone knows who the law is. We were first and we will always be primogenitors. We cannot be anything other than that. Okay? So, having said that, thank you for everyone who contributed tonight to the call. We do need to keep speaking to one another. We need to keep talking. We need to keep sharing information. We need to keep doing court actions because those are so important, because in reality, that is what governing is all about. We have a great number of court actions. Sometimes people call me early in the morning and say, "Empress, I have a court action at 9 o'clock. Can you attend?" And I'm always up and ready to do it, no matter how late I stayed up. So it's absolutely worth it, because that is what governing is all about. And that is why everyone in the fake Congress was a quote-unquote attorney or a quote-unquote judge. Because governing is done through the court system. Through our court system, let me clarify that. There are no others. Everything else is fake. If it's not Moorish American, okay? And when I say everything else is fake, I don't mean other Moorish courts, because those are very real and we honor them. We honor all Moorish courts, all Moorish governments, even the temples, we honor them, the ones that are doing the right thing. But when we say fake courts and fake corporations, we're talking about the occupiers, those who were previously unlawfully occupying our land, and they're now getting into subject status as we stand and get into our rightful place. Okay. Are there any other anyone else who wants to declare their nationality? Is there anyone else who wants to declare their nationality? Star 6, please, so that we can get you connected. Okay. And then if there's Islam,
and just in the meantime, in between time, I just wanted to thank you so much, Empress Light, for all the information that you put out, leading the way and being able to set the example, and it was and still is so helpful, and I appreciate you so much for that.
Islam, and I appreciate you as well. The astrology readings, we need to know where we are and what the stars say. Islam, any other questions or comments or any updates in your territories, anything? And also, are there any Moors who need to connect with other Moors in your territory? Because there are, if you'll just say what territory you're in, any Moors who are in that territory on this call can speak up and say, "Hey, I'm in that territory too, so let's see if we can get together." Is there anyone who needs to hook up with other Moors in your territory? Just let us know where you are, and the Moors who are there can. Okay, I see some in the chat. Those who are in the territories that are mentioned in the chat, connect with the Moors that are there. We have Indiana Territory speaking up. We have Michigama territory speaking up. We have Peoria, Illinois territory speaking up. We have Kenmore, Washington territory. We have Mississippi territory speaking up. So look in the chat and connect with Moors in your territory. We have Connecticut territory, Colorado territory. We have Virginia territory in the chat. Those are Moors putting their information out there so that you can connect with other Moors in that territory and assist one another as we rise.
Empress White.
Islam, yes.
This is Pastor Bay. Is there anyone in the Islam? Is there anyone in the Arkansas area?
Is anyone in Arkansas territory? Empress Genesis, would you like to connect because that's the closest to it? Empress Genesis, with the Empress that's speaking? Yes. Okay. Empress that's in the Arkansas territory. Empress Genesis is she assists with Memphis territory, but she can assist as well. So if you would like to connect with her, Empress Genesis, how would you like for that connection to be made? Email, whatever you want to give to her in order to connect. Okay. Empress Genesis did put her email address in the chat. Empress Genesis, do you want to go ahead and give that information? If you'll just *6 so that she can hear your voice.
My apologies, Islam. Yes,
Islam.
This is Empress Genesis. I am in the Peoria, Illinois territory, and I'm originally from the Memphis territory, and I do help with Memphis, Tennessee. My email address, I can be reached at WONDRAHP, as in Pi, I-E,
Empress, you kind of faded out just a little bit, and there was a little bit of background noise. Go ahead.
I apologize. It's WondraPiel@gmail.com. That's WondraPieel@gmail.com.
Okay, Empress, did you get that? The Empress that called from
Arkansas territory.
Arkansas territory, yes. I want to be sure that she was able to write that down so that you all can connect. Hold on, let me see if I can.
I don't hear her anymore with all that static. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, and I can't unmute her for some reason. Hold on for just a moment. Let me see if I can just. Okay. I'm going to mute. I'm going to hit this mute button and then unmute, and maybe she'll be able to. Okay, so everybody's going to mute for a second, but then just *6. Okay, let me see if I can find her here, and her unmute it's grayed out, so I can't unmute her. I see her still on the call. I'm hoping that she got that information.
Yes, I'm hoping she heard me. And I put it in the chat that way. Hopefully she got it out of the chat.
Okay, good.
Islam.
Yes.
This is Justice Tariq out of Colorado Territory, Denver, Colorado specifically. I was just going to make an announcement for anyone that's in the Colorado Springs area. The Central Region will be having a group gathering at Del Mar Park here in Aurora, Colorado this Sunday at 1 p.m. So those that are in this area should pretty much know where that park is at or whatever, because it's a large park. So all those that are in the area are more than welcome to attend.
Islam. You know, we need to be doing more of that, you know. We do need to be doing more of that. West is going to have something soon, and anyone from anywhere is welcome to come here. when we have our gatherings, and we plan on having a lot more of them. We know that, but there's a couple of things we want to get out the way first. We need to get this whole travel situation together with our identification, where everyone is on the same page in terms of the corporation. And what we did today is part of that. So please, I encourage all more to place a sovereign, original, indigenous, universal postmaster general affidavit on the public record. And you can just make it a one-page statement, because no one can tell the original indigenous that that we cannot be the postmaster generals of our land. And so I'll give you just a little hint about that. So when I first did the video today and uploaded it today, there was a significant pause in whether the video was going to be distributed or not. I tried to distribute the video on Facebook when I first uploaded it, and it said that the video was not available yet. So I know that it causes a bit of a stir, you know. Yes. So when I put it up there, it goes right to where I want it to go, and I can distribute it freely. That particular one, it took them about 2 or 3 minutes to let it go. And that's a long time when you post something and you expect it to be posted right away. And that's okay. We expected, a little bit of, something there that happened. And so, again, all more, and before you do the postmaster affidavit, please be sure that you have terminated all corporate contracts and that you don't have any corporate contracts out there, that you have not claimed that benefit or whatever it is as the creditor and not as the debtor. We cannot be debtors ever. And one last thing, and then we will conclude the call. We will conclude until next time. We'll continue it next time, because I don't like to say conclude. We'll continue it next time, but the reason why we can never have any debt, there's also someone in Florida Territory who's put their information in the chat as well. But we cannot be debtors, because if you'll think about our accounting and what we do when we hand someone a sovereign gold credit instrument from the creditors, we hand them, it's like handing them a gold bar. Well, when you hand them a gold bar, that hasn't created any debt for them. None at all. And in fact, they can turn around and take that gold bar and use it as credit somewhere else and say, hey, I'll give you half of this gold bar for whatever. Well, that makes them a creditor, basically, when they accept our instrument. And all along the way, you're creating creditors all along the way, okay? And meanwhile, you can create as much of that as you care to create. And then those that you have enriched and made solvent, okay? Those that you've made solvent can then come back and say, hey, well, you made me solvent, so I'm going to upgrade whatever it is that I make, and then I'll bring you what it is so that you can just, have better technology and have better clothing and have better food and have better this, that, and a third. Because then everyone's being made solvent, whereas the debt system is gone. Okay? And it's gone for us. Some people say, well, we still using fiat, blah, blah, blah. Listen, only for another moment. As you can see, it's leaving the land very quickly. And not even those who printed it have anymore. And so it's time for the creditors to step forward. We have done that, and we continue to do that. Okay? And yes, we are the one they call Midas, where everything we touch turns to gold. Absolutely. If a sovereign touches something, it's automatically become a credit. If it was a debt of any kind, we touch it, it becomes a credit. Automatically. Everyone knows this. We're the only ones who did not know it. Okay? So having said that, we've gone about 2.5 hours now. We want to wind it down. But Morris, thank you so much for your demonstration. You all have me crying sometimes when I hear these demonstrations coming through. Morris doing this and that. And even if you think that your demonstration was not successful, it absolutely was, because we all learned from them. So even share the ones that are not successful, or that you think are not successful, because then we can assist one another with all that's going on. And we have the forums to do that. Okay? Peace and grand rising to the Moors, to the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all. Grand rising, Islam.
Grand rising, Islam. Grand rising.
Grand rising.
Grand rising, Islam.
Grand rising. Love and peace, more.
Yes, Islam.
Grand rising.
Islam. Islam.
Grand rising, more.
Grand rising, Morris. Peace and love.
Islam. Grand rising.
Much love, Morris. Islam shalom.
Islam.
Okay. Come on.
Peace and love, more. Islam.
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 Islam, Morris. Will you that movement? I'm loving it. Hear that? What's going on out there? The Morris is on the move.
Islam, Justice Abasi, yes.
Justice Abasi.
Yes.
Empress Light.
Yes.
Yes, I did my termination of all contracts, but I still can't figure out how to upload it on the Moorish website.
Okay, so do you have it scanned in?
I have it. Where do I scan? I have it scanned on the computer.
Okay, yeah. So you would need a separate printer or scanner at home, or you can go to someplace like FedEx, Kinko's, or someplace like that, and you can scan in the document and make it into an electronic file. Okay? So you tell them that you want to be a PDF file. So you want to scan your document in to as a PDF, and then you can upload the PDF to the Moorish American Council Public Records page.
Pardon me, Empress Light. I wanted to expound on that. That she doesn't have to actually go anywhere to get it scanned. You can download Adobe Scan on your phone if you have a smartphone or on your computer. There are several apps that are like free scanner apps, and then you end up taking the picture of it, and it comes out as a scan picture or as a picture, whichever way you want it. And then you can upload it that way. And that's a free. I have a free one, and then Adobe Scan gives you so many free.
Okay.
So can you give her your number so that she can get that information, or you can maybe send her.
No, absolutely. I can give her my number.
Okay.
Are you ready, sister?
Let me get a pen.
Okay.
Okay. I'm ready.
And this is Empress Genesis. Yes, my telephone number is area code 901. It's 1901. My apologies. 315.
Grand Rising to the Moors. I am Justice Pauline Denise Ritchie in Capitis Diminucio Nolo, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredis. My free chosen national appellation is Like Tajiri Bay. I and all Moorish Americans proclaim, and it is well known among the commons, that we, the ancient Moorish Americans, are not United States Corporation Company citizens. We are sovereign, original, indigenous, white, natural, divine, living, true Americans by bloodline and by birthright. And we are part and parcel for our sovereign Moorish American nations and governments, to include the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government, the Moorish American Consulate, and the Moorish American Consular Court at America, which is the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, Northwest Amexem, Turtle Island, Asia, and the North Gate. The sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine, white Moorish Americans, who are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government, do hereby proclaim that we are the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, and we are the creditors to all the nations on earth. We are solvent, we have no debt, and we are the executors, ministers, claimants, trustees, and beneficiaries for our own vast estate. Today, we proclaim and place on the public record, for the public record, and letting the public record show, that which has always been known throughout the earth realm, that we are the sovereign, living, original, indigenous, natural, divine, white, Moorish American Universal Postmaster Generals for all land, all natural resources, all shipping, all banking, and all commerce at Earth, Gaia, America, and for all of our ancient dominions. The flag for all post offices on our lands is the sovereign, original, indigenous, Moorish American flag, which is red with the green 5-pointed star. Each and all Moorish Americans by bloodline and birthright, regardless of their chosen sovereign Moorish government allegiance, are sovereign universal postmaster generals and are the sovereign peaceful jurisdiction and highest authority for all matters, space, and points in time at all realms. We are many governments and nations on our land where corporations are not withstanding. We have already activated the sovereign ancient Moorish American gold standard at America and at all our dominions. The sovereign ancient periodic table for natural elements is hereby activated. We hereby activate the ancient sovereign strategic metals affidavits. We are the sovereign authority for all shipping, postal, and banking affairs on our lands, and all said affairs are backed by gold, silver, precious metals, rare earth minerals, and high-value elements on our vast estate. We are not a part of the capitalist system, and the said capitalist system is subject to us. We are now giving the capitalist system our sovereign commands to include banking and funds conveyance systems, stock exchange markets, commodities markets, all industrial systems, and blockchain systems, all of which are part and parcel of our ancient gold-backed Universal Postal Union system. The American Provost Marshal is hereby notified. The language instructus for our land is Ancient English, Ancient Phoenician, and Moorish Latin, as well as any other languages as chosen by the sovereign Moorish nations and governments. Our sovereign, ancient, living zodiac constitution, in capitis diminutio nolo, is in force. The living, sovereign American Constitution for the United States, in capitis diminutio nolo, is in force as well. All sovereign Moorish Americans who choose to activate universal Postmaster General responsibilities are Moorish American Postal Court Justices, the sovereign courts for the land, and the sovereign jurisdiction for all commercial affairs at all territories. Activation is accomplished by a sovereign Moorish American affidavit placed on the public record by the sovereign Moorish Americans. The sovereign Moorish American affidavit shall state that we have activated and we are the sovereign original indigenous Moorish American Postmaster General for the land. Our sovereign autographs on our universal affidavits in red ink with our right red thumbprint is the highest sovereign seal for all realms and planes. The sovereign Moorish American heirs, who are part and parcel of our living sovereign nations and governments at America, shall continue to present ourselves at all times, at all points in time, and our sovereign status and sovereign presentment shall be honored by all. Additionally, the minting, printing, and tribution of our sovereign original indigenous gold-backed currency has begun. We, the bloodline and birthright Moorish American sovereigns, do hereby open our land portals for gold-backed exchange, trade, and commerce. We do not need permission from anyone to govern our own vast estate, which is our own sovereign affair. The sovereign Moorish Americans shall study, demonstrate, and enhance responsibilities as the sovereign indigenous Postmaster Generals on our land. All corporate debt is hereby outlawed. We have proclaimed eternal peace on our lands, with further commands to follow. We command peace and patience as control of our estate by the universal sovereign Moorish American nations and governments is made known by, with, and for the sovereign Moorish Americans and for all on our lands. We are the salvation for our earth. Sumus de sanctamunum, we are the Holy One. Amindico vobis, quae cum que allegaveritis, super terram erunt legata et in coelo. Et quae cum que solveritis, super terram erunt saluto et in coelo. Amin, amindico vobis, quae cum que allegaveritis, super terram erunt legata et in coelo. Et quae cum que solveritis, super terram erunt saluto et in coelo. Amin, amin, amindico vobis, quae cum que algeveritis, super terram erunt legata et in coelo. Et quae cum que solveritis, super terram erunt saluto et in coelo. Long live the Moorish American Al-Moroccan Empire, peace and grand rising to all of fallen humanity and to the sovereign, original, indigenous Moorish American nobility. Peace.
Today is May the 10th, 1440. Grand rising to the Moors. Just a couple of things that I want to mention before we get into our sharing session, and also Moors, be prepared to share at whenever you get ready to do that. The first thing that I want to say is we know that there is a lot going on that is outside of our jurisdiction. And when I say outside of our jurisdiction, we're talking colonizers and commercial mercenaries. That is not our jurisdiction. That is an inferior jurisdiction. So, and they have a lot going on down there. And so I wanted to, and you all are well aware of this, but I just wanted to make a suggestion that we be sure to monitor our intake of colonial news and of foreign news, because all of that stuff is foreign to us. It is not, that's not our news. And a lot of the stuff that they have put out there is, it's to create fear on our land. And we don't live in fear at all, not of anything nor of anyone. And so we are, it is suggested, because you can't tell sovereigns what to do, you can only make suggestions, and then the sovereigns do their study, and then they use their better judgment. But we want to ensure that we take in twice as much information about ourselves and about the Moors by way of videos and reading and YouTube and our studies, wherever our studies lead us, in terms of there's so many other great avenues of information that we can be taking into our spirit, because information has energy. Everyone knows that. That information has energy. And this is how we know that that information has energy. You can receive a piece of information and it may not even be true, but it will change your energy altogether. It will change your energy. And that is someone outside of you attempting to direct your energy. And so we want to be sure that we take in, yes, we kind of look at what they're doing because they're on our land, and anything that we see that's not right, we judge it. We call them into our court and we judge it. But aside from looking at it from our supreme sovereign place, the rest of that is just a bunch of noise, and it's a bunch of low-lying energy that we don't need to take into our spirit. So, and that way we can continue to operate in unity and continue to operate together as a nation, as one. And that way we speak the same, we speak with one voice. We don't say the same things because we're all sovereign and we have different thinking minds, but we speak with one voice when we speak as a nation. And the energy, the low-lying energies will try to control that narrative. And we're not going to ever, ever allow that to happen again between us in our nation. So we do want to monitor how much of that stuff we take in. Yes, we're watching, and we have some court actions that we're going to be doing to get some of that stuff in order. But ultimately, that's the only reason that we even bother looking at what they're doing, is to judge it and make sure that the things that go on our land as they are exiting are in alignment with the law. We know that they attempted to control our history. And that is actually energy that they were attempting to inject into us and into our thinking, so that we never came to this point that we're at right now. This point that we're at right now is a beautiful point, because this place is a sovereign jurisdiction that says we actually are a nation. We actually are a government. We've never not been a government. We've always been the government. And now we know it. And so it's important that we guard our ear gates and our eye gates and our spirit gates, because that is the north gate. That is the north gate. We are the living north gate. So that corporate capitalist news and all of that, it only seeks to confuse us about who's in charge and confuse us about, it seeks to do that, but we know who's in charge. We also know that it uses language that is inferior to the Phoenician language, which is what we speak. And Phoenician language sounds almost exactly like their corporate fake English. In fact, it does sound like it. We're speaking right now in Phoenician language. This is ancient English. The spelling is different and the definitions are different. It means something different. Sounds the same, but means something different. And they've been doing the reverse of that the whole time. So they would say a name, but we don't have names, we have gnomes. G-N-O-M-E. Look that word up, gnome. We have gnomes. Gnome means intelligent thought. So they took the word gnome and changed it into N-A-M-E, which is an animal term. It's a slave term. And we're not either of those. So when they're giving their capitalist news, they're making sure they put lots of words on the screen. And those words are absolutely misspelled. Every last one of them is misspelled, with very few exceptions. The way that we spell is the sovereign way to spell. It's the right way to spell. So that's why we have to monitor, how much of that we take in and guard our ear gates and eye gates so that we stay on focus with our nation building. Nation building is our focus. Anyone attempting to, when you hear a lot of noise from that corporate capitalist side over there, there's a lot of noise because they want people to continue to stay confused. That's what all that noise is about. Whenever there's a quote unquote press conference, it's called a press conference because it is an act of force. They're trying to force information onto the airs. And 9.5, actually 10 out of 10 times, that information is hypothecated and false. Now, when you take that same information and you put it in Phoenician terms, it changes the meaning of it. So it will sound like we're saying the same thing, but we're not, because we have already, what I call, the word finesse comes from Phoenician, and the word finish comes from Phoenician. And if you look on the treaty, there's someone there, he said he signed as finish. That is a hypothecation of Phoenician. And we know Phoenician, from that word comes phone and phonics and etc. So we would not even be thinking about things like COVID-19. We wouldn't even be thinking about that if we weren't watching that information that they keep trying to press on to us. We wouldn't even be thinking about it, because when you step outside your door, if it wasn't for people wearing masks, you would not know. If it wasn't for people wearing masks, because you step outside, the sun is still shining, everyone is still going about their day. you wouldn't know. So even with regard to social media, with social media, we guard what we see on there, because one of the most important thing to me, just from my perspective, and others have other perspectives and we honor them. But from my perspective, from what I'm seeing, the things that are being said to elicit energy from us. Because if the enjoinder does not happen and we don't join with them or give them consent to join with us, then they have no reason to be here. So enjoinder, and if you look that word up in the dictionary, the law dictionary, the older one, you will find out that it really is intercourse or interaction, engagement, and it's kind of sort of a war term, enjoinder. That's when two things that are not alike, one of them comes together with the other forcefully in order to take from the other. That's what enjoinder really is. And in our case, it would be the dead, which is them, seeking to enjoin with the living. And that information that they press on to us, or attempt to press on to us, because it doesn't really work, if we don't pay attention to it and don't respond to it, because I see right now in their fake news media where they're attempting to press information onto us in order to get some energy from us, they keep putting forward this story of two Albions who killed one of us or more. Well, that happens every day in those fake courts, and I'm not minimizing that, because it is major. It is major, and there is judgment to follow. There is judgment to follow. No act goes unjudged on our land. No act goes unjudged on our land at all. Okay? And so, in reality, they have to answer for that. But what I'm saying, my point is, with regard to their news, is that they're seeking to enjoin with us again because they want some energy from us. They want some living energy. Living energy. And that's why they come into, the minute we stopped paying attention to them and started nation building on these calls and the different things that we do, our focus was off of them. So then they had to come over here and try to get some energy and some reaction from us. And that is a very key bit of evidence to prove that the more we focus on ourselves, they do things and do things and do things in order to gain some energy from us. Okay? I'm going to go ahead. If there's any noise in the background, I'll go ahead and mute that. So it is incumbent upon us, even when they come into these venues that we're in, when they come in here, if no one says anything, if we don't respond, we just give whoever's hosting that call the opportunity to put them out. They won't get anything that they're seeking. They won't get our energy. And that is the one thing. Because, see, if they can get our attention, they can then seek to enjoin with us. And we know that consent comes out of our mouths. That is where 99.9% of the Moors who have been taken, that is where the the supposed or presumed consent comes from, is the minute we open our mouths and start talking to them. That is where, when I was taken in 2017, that's where it came from. I rolled down my window and I started talking to the policy enforcer. And I was in the right. I hadn't done anything didn't run a light, didn't do any of that stuff, because I'm traveling in the jurisdiction of my ancestral inherited estate. Didn't have their tag. I had Moorish ID and everything. But because I spoke to him, he saw enjoinder right away. And the minute they get our enjoinder and consent from us, then they take our sovereignty and use it against us, because we're not supposed to enjoin with them, ever. So now I'm thinking, okay, well, all we're doing is nation building. Why would they be so angry about nation building? Why would they keep showing up here like that? Now I know. They want to get us talking to them again. And they'll ask questions in order to gain some consent of some kind to keep coming here. So we don't talk to them anymore. And some might say, well, that's childish. You should deal with them. No. There's something higher going on here. There's something spiritual going on here. Okay? There's something spiritual going on here. And that spiritual energy that's going on is energy that we can keep and just share among one another and assist one another and help one another instead of feeding the dead. Now, I'm not saying that all Albions are that way. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that there's an energy that was operating on our land that was that way. We have done a lot to mute that energy, but we have to keep going. And again, they're giving us a hint by covering their mouths. We're not supposed to talk to them. I was talking to someone here in this territory. Well, and of course, I was just going about my business and they stopped me and called me. We don't think about all of this, and that is changing. That's changing, definitely, as we're going about our day and running errands and things like that. But after that interaction with the Albion happened, I realized then what just happened. She kept asking questions, just like a policy enforcer. What do you think about that? And, do you agree with that? And blah, blah, blah. She would say things, and do you agree with that? And I'm thinking to myself, this don't even feel right here. What do you care what I think? All this time you've been ignoring me, and all of a sudden you care what I think? No, you don't. And the minute she had the opportunity, the first thing that came out of her mouth was, well, I'll just go with you. Enjoined her. She wants consent to join with the living. They know the game. That's their game plan. Get them talking, and then you can get consent, and then you can enjoin with them. And when you enjoin with them, then you can just turn them over to the policy enforcers and say, I got another one. And so it wasn't until after that interaction that I realized the pattern. It's a pattern. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's a pattern. So one thing I really want us to know too about all that's going on is we're free to go wherever we want to go. There are some genetically modified products and things like that are leaving our land. Let's let that happen. Let's let that happen. That needs to happen. They're destroying a whole lot of that genetically modified stuff, and those who listen to that corporate capitalist narrative will think that we're not going to be able to eat because they're destroying things and there's a shortage. But let's look up the word shortage and see what it really means, because it doesn't mean what they told us it meant. It doesn't. We'll look that up do that on just take a minute when you have some time and look up the word shortage. Doesn't mean just like the word loan doesn't mean what we thought it meant. Just like we were not who they said we were. Okay? It's crazy. Because every time I hear a word now that they use regularly, I go look it up. And when I look it up, it never means what they told us it meant. Never. And that's why we are starting now to look at the language that we use and the words that we use. And then so that we will know why they use it so often. You see. So let's look at the word mother. And if you have an older dictionary, look the word up, and anyone who has an older dictionary who wants to read that definition, go ahead and read it so that we can see there are several different definitions that are going to be there. If you have an unabridged dictionary, look at some of the definitions further down, because the newer definitions will be at the top usually in an unabridged dictionary. So then we look past the newer changed definitions and we look at the ones that are further down. So if anyone has an older dictionary and you've looked up the noun, looked up the word mother as a noun, if you'll just unmute and read it. And to unmute, you just *6. And then I'll read to you the one I have as well. Some of those definitions, you're not going to like them. Let me just tell you up front.
All right, you ready, Empress?
Yes.
All right, it says mother, noun, a female that has born an offspring. 2, a female who has adopted a child or otherwise established a maternal relationship with another person. 3, a creative or environmental source. In quotation, religion is the mother of the sciences. End quote. 4, a woman having some of the responsibilities of a mother, a house mother. 5, qualities attributed to a mother, such as capacity to love, a baby that appealed to the mother in her. Then 2. Okay, because it goes, and I'm reading from I am reading from the American Heritage Dictionary of the English language. All right, so then 2, second definition of mother. Where'd it go? A stringy slime composed of yeast cells and bacteria that forms on the surface of fermenting liquids. It is added to wine or cider to start production of vinegar, also called mother of vinegar.
Islam. Someone said they have a completely different definition. Thank you, Justice Tariq. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's something slimy, and it's a ball of bacteria. Okay. Now that's not what I said. That's what the dictionary said. I didn't say that. The dictionary said that. Someone has a Webster's 1828. What do you have there? Because I'm seeing in the chat.
Hello?
Islam. Grand Rising.
Islam. Grand Rising. This is Empress Wanda Genesis Pael. I have Webster's. I pulled it up, and it has a very, very long definition for mother. It says mother.
Go ahead.
It says Latin, mater, mother, matrix, the womb, materia, matter, stuff, materials of which anything is made. We observe that in some other languages as well as in English, the same word signifies a female parent and a thick slime formed in vinegar. The first part of it was completely different. I didn't hear the matrix on the other definition.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And your dictionary, is that a newer one?
No, this one is online actually, but it's Webster's 1828 dictionary.
And I have Webster's 1828 dictionary is best unabridged because
this one is supposedly the unabridged one.
Okay. Now, if you look, since that's the one you have, if you look a little further down, I'll read to you the definition that I have here as well, because I have one of those as well.
Okay.
The definition that I have for mother here is the female parent of a plant or animal.
Yes.
Did you see that there?
Yes.
Yes, it's there. The female parent of a plant or animal. And that's how you know that word applies to Albion. And I'm not putting them down. I'm not putting them down. We love them, but we just, we gotta get the truth.
Yes.
The truth must be put out there. The truth has to be put out there. And so they are, and that's them trying to come in on that definition. I'm muting them quickly, but that's them trying to come in and disrupt the definition of who they are. And again, we're not trying to offend anyone, but the truth must come out so that we can get past all of the enslavement on our land, so that we can get what we need resource-wise, because we're the source. And there's an animal standing in the way. In the way, okay? And they don't really want to hear that. They don't really want to hear that.
Truth needs no apology, Empress.
So, we have to tell it. We must tell it. So that we can get past the identity piece of people, attempting to assert some sort of authority when we have been given dominion over the whole earth. We have dominion over all animals and plants. And that's biblical. That's in the Bibliophilio text. So once the truth gets out there and we let it be known that we know who we're dealing with, no animal will ever have jurisdiction over the air. We are not even made of the same thing. And that is a truth that they're having an issue with. Because they don't want to go back into subject status, but they have to go back into subject status, because if they don't go back into subject status, you know what's going to happen? More madness. And we don't need madness on our land. We don't need that. We don't need any more madness on our land. We don't. We need order. And that's O-R-D-E-R-E. Order according to what the universe says and requires. And we're the universe as well. So, Mother, now, this is the beauty of the Phoenicians, the Moors. All Moors are Phoenicians. All Moors we're the Greeks. We came up with all the words. We came up with all of them. Make no mistake about it, we created everything. When you see who our ancestors really are, when we get the truth about who they really are, it is going to be crazy that we ever allowed ourselves to be taken like that, consented to that. You know, but we consented to it, and now we're no longer consenting. Okay, we're no longer consenting. We know that's why identity is so important. Identity is more important than anything else that's going on. Why? Because once the parties are identified, then we know who's in charge. Is there an animal in charge, or is there a God, an heir in charge? Okay, and again, not to be offensive, but we got to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth.
Bullshit, bullshit.
And if we don't tell the truth, guess what's going to happen? The madness is going to continue.
Yeah, what's going to happen is everybody that's listening to this is...
No, you guys are out of here. And they don't want this to come out. That's why they keep... Do you know how many times those two have called in? They keep hanging up and calling back and hanging up and calling back because they don't want this information to get out. But it's about status. Not trying to offend them. We love them. We love them because we created them. We're not trying to offend anyone, but status is key here. We're not at war with anyone. Who does God need to war with? No one. Status is the most important aspect of law. Status is what determines what the law is and who gives the law, who makes the law, who enforces the law. Status does that. Status determines who enforces the law. Yes, we did. I'm looking in the chat, and it says God created the devil. Yes, we did. Or however you want to call that. To me, there's no good or evil. There are just facts. It's just facts. Now, with the word mother, we say that word, but in our ancient language, mother is spelled a totally different way than the way that they spell it. Mother is spelled a totally different way. And the Phoenicians have the say in how it is spelled according to whatever they feel they want to say, whatever their meaning of mother is for them. But then we know when we go back to talking about alveons and subjects and we say mother, it means the female parent of an animal or a plant. Okay? But our mother, the way that we spell it and say it, it sounds the same. Now, how can the heirs spell mother? We can spell mother many different ways. We can spell it M-O-T-H-E-R-E. And that will change the whole meaning of it, and it will mean what we want it to mean, our stargate that we honor on today. Mother's Day is M-O-T-H-E-R-E. Or we can say M-U-T-H-E-R, and that will be it, mother, that way. However, the Phoenicians choose to change it from what you see on TV, that will determine what we mean when we say it.
Is that what
That is exactly the power and the authority that the Phoenicians have. That is the power and the authority that we have. We can change the spelling of a corporate word and make it so that it means what we say that it means. So then if we're talking to an Albion and we say mother, we're talking about mother the way the Phoenicians spell it, which is not the female parent of an animal or a plant. Because we're not animals or plants. We're God. So happy Mother's Day to the mothers here, the Phoenician mothers. Spelled completely differently from the way that the corporate capitalists spell it. But the Phoenicians have that authority, and it is actually incumbent upon us when we write our documents that we spell things differently from the way that we've been taught to spell. Okay? That's why we're changing the spelling of everything. It's so that at law, what we say, we're telling them that this is not the mother that you're speaking of. It is the mother of the Phoenicians and the heirs. That's why we changed the spelling. But it sounds the same. Now, what the capitalists did was they changed the spelling. All they did was look at our old documents and drop the E off of a lot of the words, like mother. So when you look at the old documents and you see the word mother, it's going to be spelled with an E. M-O-T-H-E-R-E. Or they're going to spell it with M-U-T-H-E-R-E. Okay? And it's going to mean the Stargate of the God, or the Stargate for the God, or the Stargate by the God. That is why our language is so important. And all they did, again, was copy our language, and then they went all around the world, and everybody thought they were speaking ancient English when they said things. But they weren't speaking ancient English when they spoke. They were speaking corporate capitalism English, and that's how they were able to fool that many people. It's because the people thought, well, they're speaking the language of the angels. And when we say of means, that OF means without. But UF or UV means of the way we say of. So when you say the United States of America, the corporates were saying we're a corporation without the Americans. So that's how come we were saying United States for America. Because they're a corporation that we hired, and they're supposed to do what we tell them to do. They're supposed to be for us, but they can't be for us if we don't know how to invoke that. We have to invoke properly and competently our status and our nationality. Now, the reason that we are changing the spelling of everything, and we're really not changing it, we're just returning back to the spellings of our ancestors. As the Phoenicians, that our ancestors spelled everything the way they wanted to spell it.
This is the postmaster
and the way they wanted to say it. Okay? So it didn't, however we said it, whatever nation we were from, that is how we just chose a word and said, okay, this is the word we're going to use. We're going to spell it this way. How do you all want to spell it on your treaties and your commercial documents? How do you want to spell it? However you spell it, it's going to sound the same. And since it sounds the same, we know what you're talking about. This is the crazy part about, and it's not crazy. I absolutely love it. It's just, our ancestors are brilliant. What we did not know when we first started, when we didn't start the consulate has always been. We didn't start the government has always been. It's never not been. But when we became active in, as a government, as this part of the government, we did not know that there is an international mandate that says that any group who wants to be a nation and who wants to self-govern, they must self-govern in their own language. They must self-govern in their own, and they said native language, native tongue. When we say native, it's not spelled the same way that they spell it. So it means what we think it means. Okay? And so our ancestors are so brilliant that they said it's easy to have your own language more. Just go back to the one we gave out back in the day. Let's go back to the language that we gave you, the language for the angels. That's what English really is, or English, depending on which nation you come from. We all come from the same nation, but we have different governments among the Moorish heirs. And so we had to do it in our own language. And it was very clear that once we started using our language, the real English, the ancient English, once we went back to ancient English, which is all we speak, we don't speak corporate English. But once we started speaking ancient English, things started changing like they should. Things started doing what they're supposed to do. And that's why when you look at our documents now, those documents look almost like they're not in English because they're not in corporate English. They are in ancient English. And in ancient English, we can add ease to a corporate word and it will mean what we want it to mean. We can just add an E to mother and it will mean what we want it to mean. We can also
Are you making this shit up as you go?
We can add, hold on for just a moment. We can also, just make it so that the word sounds like the English word, but it's us speaking it, so it's spelled differently. So even when we say Happy Mother's Day, remember now, Morris, everything about us, they wanted to scare us away from it. And so some Moors don't celebrate any holidays. Well, you shouldn't celebrate holidays, and that's just a suggestion. But you should celebrate holy days. So just change the word holiday to holy day, and then celebrate. Change the words back to the real meaning of it, and the colonization of that day stops. That's the beauty of our language, is we changed holiday back to holy day. And now it actually means what it's supposed to mean for the Moors. Because every day that they quote unquote celebrate their holidays are days that they celebrate colonizing the Moors, the land. And they didn't really even do that. They just put some paper together. Because again, our land is ours. It never was anyone else's. That's the beauty too. So Mother's Day does not mean the same thing for us as it means for those who are female parents of a plant or an animal. We're not plants or animals. And there's a reason why they use that term so frequently. And they wanted to shove that down our throat so that we would claim that too. But we can say mother and it won't even mean the same thing. It sounds the same, doesn't mean the same thing. Because our mothers are God. Our mothers don't have the same chromosome count as the Albion mothers. And again, that's not a put down. That's the truth. That's not a put down. We're not being mean. We're just telling the truth about what really is. We also have to tell the truth that we created them. We also have to face the tough truth that we consented to engage with them. It's in the hieroglyphs. They call it bestiality. So when you look at the hieroglyphs are saying that we, the ancients, were having intercourse with animals, but we're like, no, we don't do that. But somewhere along the way, some did. And then when we consent to go into their fake courts, that's intercourse with them. We are always to have our own everything. It is yes, in the chat, Emperor Sharon, yes, it is forbidden to sleep with animals. Tough news. It's tough for some, not for most of us, but it's tough for some to hear that. There is a science going on here that must be acknowledged because it's time. We're in the age of knowing. It's time for us to know that we cannot any further engage with animals in that manner. What does that mean? That means that, and see, that's how we got in trouble, is thinking that we're talking to animals who understand or understand our meaning. So when they say things like mother, they're really bringing you down onto their level and trying to get you to consent to that, to being the female parent of an animal or a plant. So the Phoenicians have changed that back. So whenever they say Happy Mother's Day, we can say Happy Mother's Day, except we don't even really have to speak. We don't speak the same language. Why would we even be speaking in that manner? They never wished us Happy Mother's Day before. Now, that's not true of some. Some Albions know their place and they know where they belong. They know what they're supposed to be doing. They know who's who. They know that when they came here at our consent, not theirs. And so they're okay with this information. I was watching an interview that an Albion by the name of Joe Rogan was doing, and I mentioned this previously. He did an interview with another Albion by the name of Elon Musk. And in that interview, they talked about how they come from monkeys and what those monkeys do. They talked about that. So they know, and they know that we don't come from monkeys. We don't. We created monkeys in our laboratory. Our ancestors are very, 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 very smart, very intelligent. Everything that you see, they created. And then we were put to sleep.
Is that
and
why
now
you look
we're
like
being
a donkey?
awakened to all of that. We're being awakened to who we really are. Yes, and I'm looking at the chat. The chat is lit up. I love it. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they fear it's just the same because they already know who God really is. And that's another reason why we tap into our. That's another reason why it's important to tap into ancestral energy. However you do that, I would encourage you to please do it. Do what you can to tap into ancestral energy. Okay? That's very important. That's how we're getting the information that we're getting now. That's being given to us along the way. Because they never give us everything all at once, because it's overwhelming when we find out who we really are. It's overwhelming to a human. And we're not human. We're God. But we're moving back up to that. That's what the Grand Rising is us moving back up into our rightful place. Okay. So I recently did a video, and if you've not seen the video, if some you can yes, I see in the chat. I'm not going to read that out, but it is true. The thing that's in the chat. It's true, and but to me that's not it's just a fact. It's not good or bad. It's a fact. And so I did a video recently about the mailing process, and under that video, I didn't really, how do I say this? I didn't really expect that much energy from the Albions about what was being done, because it's just a mailing process that the government used. The Moorish government used that mailing process regularly. We've been using it. And it does not, it's prepaid. Our ancestors prepaid for everything. I see in the chat, Islam, the empresses are saying the mailing process is working. Yes, Islam. We've not had any issues here with that mailing process. And the thing is, we had to work up to that knowledge. Our ancestors let us make a whole lot of mistakes. They let us make a whole lot of mistakes before they gave us that process. But because we sought the information, they said, okay, here's the real process for the government. But you all have to be government. Don't just act like it, be it. Govern. So we had, when we first started
in this video, also
and the consulate was sending things back and forth, a lot of that stuff, first we had the fiat piece where we were paying fiat, and I was just thinking to myself, ancestors, if this is our land, we should not be going through that. They let us go through it for a while, and then they started showing us different ways to do things, and so we learned those different ways to do it. And as we learned another way to do it, it would go through for a little while, and then they would say, okay, it's time for you to learn a better process. And so that is how this Grand Rising is happening. And that can be a little bit frustrating to some. When we want to know something, we do the demonstration and we see the outcome of the lab work, because that's really what it is. It's lab work. And then we seek a better outcome. That's what scientists do. There are some who knew this process. I had someone under the video who said that they've been doing it since 1992. Well, he was a Moor, but he didn't know he was a Moor, and they were letting it go through. So, yes, in the chat it says, seek and you shall find, study to show yourself approved. That's what all of this is. So sometimes, and all of us at some point or another have experienced where something will work for a minute, and then the ancestors will say, okay, straighten that up a little bit, fix it, tweak it, fix it a little bit, become more competent at that demonstration. And then you do that and you become more competent. And then the new one starts to work and the old one doesn't work anymore. You see, you have to look at it, and it's the little foxes that spoil the vine on those types of processes. If you put a zip code in the creditor space, which is the upper left corner, if you'll notice that the outside of a mailing envelope is indeed a trust document, and it's also it has a creditor space and a debtor space. Okay, the creditor is always in the upper left-hand corner. I didn't know that until the ancestors actually made it clear that that's what that really is. That's why envelopes are made that way. It's a financial instrument. So when you see something coming like that, whoever it is that has their information in the upper left corner is claiming to be the creditor. Just like on those fake checks, the ones that are used on those bank accounts, fiat bank accounts. The one in the upper left corner is the creditor. And then the debtor is the one that is not in the left corner. There's always either 2 or 3 parties. And actually for us, it's always 3 parties. A triad of parties in order for our documents to really do what they should do. Okay? And so we're going to keep that formula going, yes. In the chat, it's jurisdiction. Absolutely it is. And whoever's information is in the upper left-hand corner has jurisdiction. In the biblioteliotext, the heirs or the sons sit on the right hand, right? And it's hypotheticated a little bit, but they're sitting on the right hand of God. God is on the left. So let that be a model that we use in our nation and our as we continue to govern this vast estate. We're in red in all lowercase letters. On everything that we do, we're in red. That's why we sign in red. In all lowercase letters. And it doesn't have to be handwritten. It can be, printed out, typed on a computer in red and printed out or whatever. But your signature, your autograph must be in red. That's the creditor's autograph. And then the subject is in blue. And then the dead corporation, which is a method of it just does what it's supposed to do. It does the work. Is in black. Yes. I see in the chat someone said black. Yes, absolutely. In black. That is why corporations and for those who used to work for the corporate quote unquote government, they always gave out black pens because they wanted you to stay black in the black side and consent to being in the black side. So, changing our spelling, changing to all lowercase, changing to the color of the blood, which is red, it never loses its power. Some of the ones who were raised in a church setting know what that means. It will never, the blood will never lose its power. Never. And that's the blood of the heirs. This blood, the heirs. So we're learning now how to navigate as the heirs. So as we start moving into things like the financial instruments and all and that sort of thing, we want to keep that formula in mind. Okay, keep the formula in mind, and you'll never go wrong. In the chat, the Empress is saying, when I traded energy for fiat at the post office, we signed our orientation paperwork in blue. Yes. They were actually getting ready because, see, that means that, yes, it is maritime law. Absolutely. The color of the ink means something. It is jurisdiction. It's jurisdiction. The one thing that many of us have not seen is what color the CEOs sign the paperwork that they do in the background back there. What color did they sign in? What color? We don't know. And we do know that the Masons in the Masonic lodges that consist of those CEOs, etc. We do know that they were doing everything in lowercase letters while we were asleep, and it's not working for them anymore now that we're awake. In the chat it says, has capitis diminutio nolo been challenged in lawful sense, in a lawful sense, by chance? If so, can you give us directions for our studies? Who's going to challenge it? No one has. Okay, no one has. But you have to, you kind of really need to know what you're talking about. And in reality, they can't. Because in order to challenge something, you have to identify the party. And upon identification of the parties, the challenge is over. Exactly. Empress Sharon said the sovereign citizens, quote unquote, and that doesn't really exist. We know that. We're aware of that. The sovereign citizens said don't sign in red. But they know they aren't sovereign. Those are her words, and I agree. They're not sovereign. They are citizens. They don't sign in red because they could, there are consequences to that. And those consequences are more than just physical. They're spiritual consequences that they're not going to cross. They're not going to cross them. Now that we have said we're the heirs. Competently. And Moors have been saying that for many, 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 many years. Again, there's never been a time when we were not. We've always governed, etc. When I did the video, if you'll notice, the mail video, the one about the mailing process that I recently did, if you'll notice, we did not have to speak to the foreigners in the front. That is actually how we're supposed to do everything with regard to our estate. That is actually how you properly access the estate. Because people have been wanting to know, how do we access our estate? That's how you access it. Everything that we do as the heirs should never have an intermediary, and especially not a foreign intermediary. There should never be an Albion in the middle. They were here to put some things in place, but those things that they put in place, they're for our use without them being involved in the process. Okay. I'm looking in the chat. It says, "Is something to the red thing in autographing? For many years, I was on the brink of grabbing for a pen, and the look on folks' face and their intense no, not in red always caught my attention. So indeed, perhaps they do know." Yes, they know. Absolutely, they know. They've always known. For them to say don't write in red, that means they know who can write in red. And it's not them. Listen, Morris, they've always known. There's never been a time that they did not know who the heirs are. They've always known. So let's just get that clear in our minds. Regardless of what comes out of their mouths, because they're liars, we created them to lie a lot so that it would help us grow and evolve into who we are. When we created them, we said, okay, if the heirs ask you a question, lie to them. Because they shouldn't be asking you. They should be doing their own research and knowing that they have the power and the authority to do whatever they want to do on their land, as long as it does not harm anyone else. And as long as it is building up the nation. Everything we do, including our own sui generis demonstrations that we do in proprio solo, should be to build up the nation. When I demonstrate and I find things out, I'm finding it out so that I can share it with everybody. That this worked, but it's not working anymore. Now let's try something else. And then, and when the process comes out, I just put it out there and say, this is what worked. Or this didn't work, because some of it doesn't work. And it's not that it doesn't work, it's that we're in the process of learning what does work. But you can never be wrong when you're doing nationality demonstrations. There's no mistakes you can make. Because you are the heirs. We are the heirs. We are the heirs, absolutely. So, if you want to know how to get the domiciles and the conveyances and all of that stuff, we have to study how to get it without an Albion interference. And there's a way to do that. When our paperwork is sound and solid, we don't have to pick up the phone and call an Albion or answer the phone when an Albion calls. And by Albion, I don't mean Albion, I mean capitalist commercial mercenaries, pretending to be government, etc., or pretending to be a corporation on this land, doing something that they don't have any business doing, like attempting to lien the heirs. We don't have anything against Albions. We love Albions. We created them. We do love Albions. But they're not to ever govern